I went camping with some friends in the mountains. We picked a spot deep in the woods, far from any marked paths. After a long day of hiking, we set up camp near a small open area and sat around the fire until late. The night was calm, and the only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the wind moving through the trees. After a while, we went into our tents. I was half asleep when I heard a light knock on the side of our tent. At first, I thought maybe it was an animal, but then I heard another knock, louder this time. I sat up, feeling confused, and listened. Someone outside said they were a hiker who had gotten lost and needed help. My friends woke up too, and after thinking about it for a moment, we unzipped the tent and let him in. He looked rough, like he had been walking for a long time. He sat down without saying much. Right away, I felt something wasn't right. I couldn't explain why, but he didn't seem as scared or upset as someone who had just gotten lost. He didn't ask for food, water, or anything. He didn't even seem tired. As the night went on, I felt more and more uneasy. He kept looking around the tent, not like someone who was just checking things out, but more like he was planning something. He didn't look like he was glad to be safe. Felt more like he was waiting for the right time to do something. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. I kept one eye open, pretending to rest, but really, I was watching him the whole time. The others had fallen asleep, but I stayed awake, too nervous to relax. Every time he moved, I felt my heart race. He was moving slower now, but each movement seemed thought out, like he was deciding his next step. That's when it hit me he wasn't lost. He had lied to us. He wasn't here by chance. He had been watching us, maybe for hours, and now he was inside our tent, sitting among us. I didn't know what he wanted, but it wasn't good. I could feel it. I stayed perfectly still, pretending to sleep, but my mind was racing. Every time he shifted, I felt colder inside. I watched him, barely breathing, hoping he wouldn't notice I was awake. Finally, just before dawn, he stood up. He didn't wake any of us, didn't say anything. He just slowly unzipped the tent and stepped out. I didn't move until I was sure he was gone. His footsteps faded into the woods, and the moment he was out of sight, I sat up. We waited until the sun was fully up before getting out of the tent. He had disappeared, and there was no trace of him. No footprints, no signs of his presence at all. It was as if he had never been there. We packed up our gear quickly, too shaken to stay another minute. The walk back to the main trail felt long. Every sound in the woods made me jump. We didn't talk about it much, but I could tell the others were just as scared. When we finally got back to where it felt safe, none of us wanted to camp again for a long time. I can't stop thinking about that night. He didn't just leave because the night was over. He left because we weren't what he wanted. And that's what scares me the most. Whoever he was, whatever he planned, he's still out there. He wasn't lost. He was waiting for something or someone else. The storm hit faster than we thought it would. The sky was clear when we set up camp, but by late afternoon, dark clouds rolled in and the wind picked up. We barely had time to pack what we could before the rain started pouring down like a waterfall. It felt like the sky had just opened up on us. The ground turned to thick mud so fast that staying at our campsite wasn't an option. I spotted a cave nearby, half hidden behind some trees. We didn't have much of a choice, so we ran for it, hoping the storm would pass quickly. The cave gave us a break from the wind and rain, though it was cold and damp inside. I set my stuff down and tried to settle in, listening to the rain hammer the trees outside. It was clear we weren't leaving until the storm ended. As the rain kept pounding, I started looking around the cave more. The walls were rough, with strange scratches running along the stone. At first, I thought it was just the way the rock had formed, but then I noticed some old, torn cloth stuffed in a crack deeper in the cave. It didn't belong there. Curious, I walked over and pulled at it, dragging out what looked like an old backpack, faded and barely holding together. Inside were some dirty, worn-out clothes and a small knife that fell to the floor with a clank. It was covered in rust, but the edge was still sharp enough to look like it had been used recently. A cold feeling crept into my stomach. Somebody had been here before us, and they must have left in a hurry. The cave got darker toward the back, but I could see a narrow tunnel leading even deeper. I didn't want to go any further, but something made me. I took a few more steps into the cave, feeling the air grow colder as the sounds of the storm outside got quieter. Then I saw it, a pile of bones, just lying in the dark. Not just a few bones, a lot of them. It looked like someone had gathered them up and left them there. I couldn't tell how long they'd been there, but seeing them made my stomach turn. Some of the bones still had bits of clothing clinging to them, and there, among the pile, was a shoe that looked exactly like the one I'd seen in the backpack. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. My head spun as I tried to make sense of what I'd found. Whoever had been here before didn't make it out. The storm outside didn't feel like the real danger anymore. It felt like I was trapped in the cave with whatever had happened here before. I didn't know what had caused all those bones to pile up, but I wasn't about to wait around to find out. I grabbed my stuff and moved quickly toward the mouth of the cave, my eyes flicking back to the dark tunnel. The rain was still coming down hard, but I didn't care anymore. The cave was worse than the storm. There was something bad here, something worse than the weather. The storm hadn't slowed down, but I couldn't stay in that cave another second. I bolted out into the rain, letting it drench me as I pushed as far away from that place as I could. I didn't dare look back, not even when I thought I heard the sound of a rock moving deeper inside. I don't know what had happened to the others who had found shelter there before me, and I didn't want to know. But as I ran through the rain, a thought hit me. The bones had been piled up like that for a reason. Whatever did that, it didn't leave with the storm. It was still in there, waiting for the next unlucky person to take shelter. I wasn't the first to find that cave, and I wouldn't be the last. I had planned to camp by myself for the weekend. The weather was perfect, and I needed to clear my mind. I picked a trail that didn't have too many people and started early in the morning. The path took me through thick trees, peaceful and quiet. The only sounds were birds and the wind moving through the leaves. It felt calm, almost too calm, until I made a choice I'd regret later. I stepped off the main trail, thinking I'd explore a little on my own. It seemed like a good idea at first. After walking for a bit, the trees all started to look the same. Each one was like the last, and every bush blended into the others. Before I knew it, I couldn't remember which way I had come. I tried turning around, looking for something familiar, but nothing stood out. The sun was getting lower, and the soft light of late afternoon was fading fast. A slow, heavy feeling of fear started building inside me. I kept walking, hoping I'd find the trail again. But as the sun sank behind the trees, everything became dark. The woods were getting colder too, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. That's when I felt it for the first time, like I wasn't alone. It was a strange feeling, like eyes on the back of my neck. I stopped and listened, but everything seemed normal. I only heard my own footsteps and the forest settling into the night. Then I started hearing something else. Footsteps. They weren't far behind me. I stopped and they stopped. I walked and they walked. I didn't want to believe someone or something was back there, but I couldn't shake it. It wasn't an animal. The steps were too steady, too much like a person. I wasn't sure if I should run or keep moving, but running didn't seem smart. I didn't know where I was, and panicking would only make things worse. The footsteps didn't come any closer, but they didn't fall behind either. Whoever was following me was keeping pace, always just far enough away to stay out of sight. The sky had turned dark by now, a deep purple fading into black. I decided to stop and make camp for the night. I figured maybe in the morning I could figure out where I was. I found a small spot between the trees, set down my bag, and sat on the cold ground. My whole body was tense, and the silence around me felt heavy. I couldn't stop thinking about the footsteps. Who or what was out there? Maybe it was just another person lost like me, unsure whether to approach. Maybe they were just as scared. But another part of me wondered if they were staying hidden for a reason. I didn't know what was worse, the thought of being followed by something dangerous or the idea that it was another person who might have bad intentions. After a while, I saw movement between the trees. A figure stepped into the edge of my flashlight's dim beam, staying just outside of it. It was a person, alone. They looked rough, like they'd been lost out here for a long time. But something about them was off. The way they stood, the way they watched me without moving or speaking, made my skin crawl. They didn't come any closer, just stood there, staring. I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just another hiker. The way they had been following me, always at the same distance, didn't feel right. It was like they were waiting for something, biding their time. I didn't know what they wanted, but I had a gut feeling it wasn't anything good. The longer they stood there, the more uneasy I felt, like I was being hunted. Slowly, I picked up my backpack and started walking again. I didn't say anything, didn't make any sudden moves. As I moved, I could still hear them following me. They stayed just far enough back to stay hidden, but close enough to let me know they were still there. The darkness around me felt thick, almost suffocating. I knew I couldn't stop again. I had to keep moving, even though I had no idea where I was going. Stopping wasn't an option anymore. The footsteps never went away. They stayed with me, always at that same distance. I walked for what felt like hours, the forest closing in around me. Every part of me wanted to run, but I knew it wouldn't matter. Whoever was behind me wasn't going to let me go that easily. The air felt colder, and the trees seemed taller, almost leaning in. As the night dragged on, I realized something. The person following me was waiting for me to break. They weren't in a hurry. They were just waiting, knowing that eventually I'd be too tired, too scared, or too lost to keep going. And when that happened, they'd be ready. I don't know how long I kept walking, but eventually, I felt my legs starting to give out. The footsteps behind me never stopped. I knew I wasn't going to find my way out. Whoever was out there was just waiting for the moment I couldn't take it anymore. And when that moment came, I knew they'd be right behind me. We had been walking all day, me and my friends, trying to get to the place we picked to camp for the night. The sun was starting to go down when we found this campsite that looked like no one was there. At first, it seemed normal. There was a tent, a fire pit, a couple of chairs, and some backpacks leaning against a tree. But something didn't feel right. The fire was out, but there were burnt logs still in the pit, and the ground was dry, so it hadn't rained for a while. Whoever was here must have left not too long ago. As we walked around, I saw that nothing was packed up. The tent was wide open, sleeping bags still laid out inside, and cans of food were left on the ground. It felt weird that someone would leave all their stuff behind like that. It hadn't been touched by animals either, which made it even stranger. Then I noticed something worse. One of the chairs was knocked over, and the dirt nearby was scratched up, like someone had been dragged. The ground around the spot looked like someone had fought there, dirt kicked up everywhere. A shoe lay a few feet away, just lying on its side. I didn't say anything, but my heart started beating faster. Whoever had been here didn't leave because they wanted to. Something happened. We kept looking around, and it only got weirder. There was a flashlight still on, lying under a bush, barely glowing. A jacket was half buried in the dirt like someone ripped it off in a hurry. There were no animal tracks or signs of an attack. It was just these little things, like the people who were here had just disappeared in the middle of whatever they were doing. The sun was almost gone now, and it got really quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no wind, just the sound of us breathing. Then, out of nowhere, we heard it. A rustling in the bushes followed by a heavy thud. It didn't sound like an animal. It was too big. I felt a knot form in my stomach. We were not alone. The sound wasn't just coming from one spot either. It seemed to move, like something or someone was walking around us, circling the campsite. The air felt heavier, every little sound making my skin crawl. We stood there, frozen, waiting to see what would happen next. Then the rustling came again, closer this time, but from the other side. I felt my whole body tense up. I knew we couldn't stay there any longer. Whatever had happened to the people here wasn't over, and we didn't want to find out what would happen next. We grabbed our gear as fast as we could and didn't even bother packing it right. We just wanted to get out. As we rushed down the trail, the noises didn't stop. They followed us, always just behind us, never too close but always there. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something step out from the trees, but there was nothing. Just the feeling that we were being watched, hunted, and that something was still out there tracking us. We didn't stop until we made it back to the road. The noises were gone by then, but the fear stayed. None of us said a word. We just left as fast as we could. We never went back to that spot, and I don't think any of us ever will. I still think about that night sometimes, wondering what happened to those campers. They were just gone, like they had been erased. I don't know what it was, but I know it's still out there, waiting for someone else to come too close. And next time, it might not leave anyone to tell the story. I decided to go camping alone for the weekend. I've always loved the quiet and calm of being in the woods, away from everything. I chose a spot far from the main trails, hoping for complete peace. That first night, I set up my tent, made a small fire, and cooked dinner. Usually, the sounds of the forest at night are comforting, but something felt wrong. It was too quiet. I tried to ignore it, thinking maybe I was just nervous about being alone. The next morning, I woke up and realized my water bottle was missing. I was sure I left it by the tent entrance, but I thought maybe I had moved it by accident. I looked around for a bit and eventually found it by the fire pit. That was strange because I hadn't taken it there. I didn't think much of it then, just assuming I had forgotten. That night, as I lay in my sleeping bag, I heard faint sounds outside the tent. It was like soft footsteps, but they were far away. I sat up, listening carefully, but soon everything went quiet again. I told myself it was just an animal passing by, and after a while, I fell back asleep. The next morning, more things were out of place. My backpack, which had been closed, was now half open. My flashlight was on the ground a few feet away from where I had left it inside the tent. I started to feel uneasy. I knew I hadn't moved those things, and I was sure no animal could have done it. The thought crept into my mind that maybe someone was nearby, watching me while I slept. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. Every small noise outside the tent made my heart race. I kept telling myself I was just overthinking things, but deep down, I felt something was wrong. When I finally fell asleep, it wasn't for long. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, feeling like I wasn't alone. The air felt thick and heavy around me. Slowly, I unzipped the tent and peeked outside with my flashlight. There was nothing, no movement, no sounds, just the trees and the dark. When morning came, I noticed something that made my stomach sink. The shoes I had left outside the tent were turned around, both pointing toward the tent, as if someone had been standing there, watching me while I slept. My heart raced as I looked around the campsite. The fire pit was disturbed, too, like someone had been poking through my stuff while I was asleep. I didn't want to accept it, but the signs were all there. Someone had been sneaking into my camp every night. They were getting closer each time. They hadn't taken anything important, and nothing had happened that made me leave right away. But I knew I wasn't alone out here. Someone was playing a twisted game, reminding me they could come and go as they wanted. I hurried to pack up my gear, feeling more exposed with every second. As I made my way back through the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me. I don't know who it was or what they wanted, but I had the chilling realization that they had been standing just feet from me in the dark while I slept. I could almost feel their breath on my neck, the way they lingered close enough to see my face but never enough for me to catch a glimpse of them. I rushed down the path, but the feeling followed me, tightening like a noose around my throat. Every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves sent shockwaves through me. It was like the forest itself was alive with the knowledge that I was no longer safe. The more I walked, the more I felt like I was being hunted. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone behind me, but there was nothing, just the endless trees and shadows. I finally made it to my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. As I started the engine, I took one last look at the woods. The trees stood tall and still, but I swore I saw a figure standing just inside the tree line, watching me leave. The moment I drove away, I felt a chill run through me. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still out there, waiting for the next camper to invite them in. I went camping with a few friends deep in the woods, far away from the noise of the city. We set up our tents in a clearing, surrounded by tall trees and the sounds of nature. Felt peaceful, like we had escaped the real world. On our first night, while we sat around the campfire, I saw something odd. A wooden stick was propped against a tree nearby. I thought it was just a marker or maybe a sign left by other campers. We shrugged it off and went to bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. The next morning, we woke up to find more sticks arranged in a circle around our campsite. It looked like some kind of warning. I tried to tell myself it was just some prank, but I felt uneasy. We packed our stuff and decided to hike a little deeper into the woods, hoping to get away from whatever it was. As we walked, we stumbled across some traps, simple snares meant for small animals. They were lined up, leading to the spot where we planned to camp for the night. My gut told me these traps were meant for us, not animals. The weight of our situation started to sink in. Someone was out there watching us, and they wanted us to know it. That night, we built a bigger fire, hoping the light would keep whatever was lurking in the woods away. I sat up, watching the shadows move around the trees, feeling more and more uneasy. When my friends fell asleep, I stayed awake, listening. I heard a twig snap in the distance, and my heart raced. Felt like I was the prey, frozen in fear. I decided to check outside our tent. The air was cold and heavy with tension. I shone my flashlight around the campsite. My heart dropped when I saw more signs. Pieces of torn cloth and a bone with bite marks lying ominously near the fire. Panic rushed through me. I knew we had to leave. We hurriedly packed our gear, moving as quietly as we could. As I looked around, I noticed something strange about the trees. They had been scratched up, like claw marks, leading deeper into the woods. Whoever was out there was getting bolder. As we hiked back, I caught a glimpse of movement in the trees. I tried to tell myself it was just a deer or maybe a trick of the light, but the feeling that we were being watched grew stronger. I kept glancing back, half expecting to see someone step out of the shadows, but it never happened. We reached our car just as the sun began to set. I felt a wave of relief wash over me as we loaded our things and jumped inside. I started the engine, but just as we were about to drive away, I saw something on the ground next to the car, a crude symbol made of sticks and rocks, forming a warning in the dirt. It felt like a promise that the hunter would be back for us. We sped off down the twisting road, but even as we drove away, the feeling of being hunted lingered. The woods seemed to close in behind us, and I knew we had barely escaped. The whole way home, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following us, but the road was empty. That night, I couldn't sleep, replaying everything in my mind. I realized we had wandered into someone's territory without even knowing it, and there was no way to be sure it was truly over. The forest felt like a dark presence, looming over us, and I knew it would haunt me for a long time. Days passed, and every time I heard a noise outside or saw shadows in the trees, I felt that same dread creep back in. I began to question everything. Had we really escaped? Or was that hunter still out there, waiting for the right moment? Then one night, as I lay in bed, I heard a faint tapping on my window. I froze. My heart raced as I peered into the darkness outside, but there was nothing there, just the trees swaying in the wind. The tapping continued, getting louder, and I felt the chill run down my spine. It hit me then that maybe we hadn't left the woods at all. Maybe it was just a step away, lurking in the shadows. I realized that in the wilderness, not everyone is friendly, and not every sign is harmless. I could feel it watching me, waiting, and as I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, I knew deep down that some things should never be ignored, especially when they're hiding in plain sight. I had been excited for this camping trip for weeks. My friends and I picked a faraway spot deep in the woods, away from the noise of everyday life. The sky was full of stars as we set up our tents, and we felt a rush of joy as we made a fire to roast marshmallows. That first night, everything felt just right. We laughed, shared stories, and enjoyed the cool night air. But as darkness surrounded us, I felt a chill creeping in. I brushed it off, thinking it was just the cold mountain breeze. As I crawled into my sleeping bag, the fire crackled and popped. I finally started to doze off, lulled by the gentle sounds of nature. Then I heard it, a rustling in the bushes. My eyes shot open. It was a soft noise, but it felt off. I strained to listen, my heart pounding. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. I got up quietly and tiptoed to the edge of our campsite. The firelight flickered, throwing creepy shadows all around. In the distance, I saw a movement. My heart dropped. A huge mountain lion was standing just outside our camp. Its yellow eyes glowed in the dark as it watched us. I felt my body freeze. We had to be quiet. If we made too much noise, it could come closer. I slowly turned back to my friends, who were all fast asleep. Panic shot through me. I wanted to scream, to wake them up, but I knew that would only attract the animal. I rifled through our supplies, looking for anything we could use. We had some cans of food and a flashlight, but would that be enough? The mountain lion moved around the camp, sneaking silently, its muscles flexing under its smooth fur. I watched as it sniffed the air, clearly searching for something. I felt trapped in my own fear. With no cell service and no way to call for help, I knew we were alone. I grabbed a can and the flashlight. I stood there, my hands shaking, trying to think of a plan. I remembered reading that making noise could scare off wild animals. So I took a deep breath and banged the can against the flashlight. The loud noise echoed through the still night. The mountain lion stopped. Its ears perked up. It turned its head toward me, confused. I banged the can again, wishing my friends would wake up. But they kept sleeping, unaware of the danger lurking outside our flimsy tents. The lion crept closer, but I kept banging the can. My heart was racing in my chest. Then, as if the noise annoyed it, the lion let out a low growl, a deep rumble that shook me to my bones. It was a warning. I knew I had to act quickly. I grabbed another can and threw it far from our camp. The noise startled the lion. It turned and leaped after the sound, giving me just enough time to shake my friends awake. They looked dazed but quickly understood my fear. I pointed toward the lion, and they finally realized the danger. We huddled together, our eyes fixed on where it had gone. I took the flashlight and aimed it into the dark, hoping to catch a glimpse of the creature. Suddenly, we heard it again, more rustling. I knew we didn't have much time. I told my friends to grab the rest of our supplies and stay quiet. We needed to build a barrier. We piled our backpacks and anything else we could find near the entrance of our camp. Then I remembered something from the survival guides I had read. Never run from a predator. I took a deep breath, steadied my shaking hands, and got ready. We started to make more noise, banging cans together and yelling as loud as we could. The lion came back, its eyes fierce and hungry, but we stood our ground. It paused, its ears twitching, and for a moment, I thought it might charge. But as we kept shouting and banging our cans, the lion hesitated. Finally, after what felt like forever, it turned away, slipping back into the dark trees. We didn't sleep that night. Instead, we took turns watching, our hearts racing with adrenaline. The sun finally rose, spilling light over our camp, and we sighed with relief. As the morning sun brightened the sky, we packed our things quickly, eager to leave that terrifying place behind. We hiked back to our car, thankful to be alive. But as we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The woods felt different now. They seemed darker, the trees standing tall and silent, almost watching us leave. When we finally reached the car, I glanced back at the campsite. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the lion's glowing eyes in the dark. Just then, I heard a rustling in the bushes behind me. My breath caught in my throat. I turned to my friends, who looked just as nervous. As we drove away, I couldn't help but feel that the wild was still out there, lurking just beyond the trees, waiting for the next group of campers who might wander too far into its domain. The thought made my skin crawl. Even now, I could still feel those golden eyes watching us, ready to follow. We went camping, me, my business partner, his sister, and his wife. The whole idea was to take a break from work, spend some time outside, and just relax. We picked a spot deep in the woods, far from anything. We thought it would be peaceful, but it wasn't. The first day was good. We set up our tents, started a fire, and made some food. The woods were quiet, with just the usual sounds, wind blowing through the trees and birds far away. But when night came, the quiet started feeling different. Felt heavy, like the trees were crowding in on us. No one said anything about it, but I could tell everyone else felt it too. On the second day, things got weird. We decided to go for a hike, hoping to find a stream that was supposed to be nearby. We followed the map, but no matter how far we went, we couldn't find it. It didn't add up. We were following the path exactly, but it felt like the woods had changed, like they weren't the same as when we first started. We kept walking, but soon I realized we were going in circles. No matter which way we turned, we always ended up back in the same spot. The trees started to look identical, like they were closing in on us. There were no landmarks to tell us where we were. It felt like the forest had swallowed us whole. That night, the quiet came back, but this time, it was worse. There was no wind, no animals, nothing. Just silence. It felt wrong, but we all tried to ignore it, acting like everything was normal. The tension hung in the air. We all went to bed early, but I couldn't sleep. I kept checking the time, feeling like something was off. In the middle of the night, I woke up to a noise outside the tent. It wasn't loud, just the sound of something moving out there. I stayed completely still, listening. The sound got closer, Footsteps, but slow and uneven. It sounded like someone was dragging something. My heart was pounding. I knew everyone was supposed to be in their tents, but the way the footsteps moved, I knew it wasn't any of us. I stayed frozen, holding my breath. The steps stopped right outside my tent. Then, after a few seconds, they moved away slowly, like whoever or whatever it was didn't care anymore. I started to relax, thinking it was over. But then, I heard a loud crash near the campfire. It sounded like someone knocked over our stuff. The next morning, we found the campsite destroyed. Our food was scattered everywhere. Some of our bags were torn open. It looked like someone or something had gone through everything. But here's the part that still bothers me. There were no animal tracks. Whatever had been there was walking on 2 feet. We all knew it, but no one said anything. We packed up as fast as we could and decided to end the trip early. As we walked back to the car, the same weird feeling came back, like the woods were hiding something. We didn't get lost this time, but the entire way, it felt like something was watching us from the trees. Every time I looked back, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, but nothing was ever there when I turned around. When we finally made it to the car, none of us spoke about what happened. We just wanted to leave. I drove in silence, but as we left, I glanced in the rearview mirror. I could have sworn I saw something moving between the trees. I tried to tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but deep down, I knew better. Something had been out there watching us, following us. Even now, I can't stop thinking about that trip. We never talked about it again, but I've never felt the same since. It wasn't just the feeling of being watched. It was something more. Something followed us out of those woods, and I can't shake the feeling that it's still watching, waiting. I keep thinking about what would have happened if we had stayed one more night. If we had, I'm certain none of us would have made it out alive. And sometimes, in the middle of the night, I hear those same footsteps, slow and dragging, just outside my house. And every time I'm too afraid to check if it's real. We had been planning this trip for a while, my auntie, her husband, and me. A weekend camping trip deep in the forests of Ukraine. I had never been there before, but they both loved it, so I decided to go with them. The forest stretched for miles, thick and quiet. It felt like we were the only ones around. The first day went fine. We set up our tent, collected wood, and made dinner under a clear sky. The night was cold, but the fire kept us warm. I remember thinking it felt good to be far from everything, away from people, away from noise. The next morning, we decided to walk around a bit. My auntie led the way, her husband followed, and I stayed close behind. The deeper we went into the forest, the more it felt like the trees were closing in on us. After about an hour, the sounds in the forest started to change. It was quieter except for the wind, which had picked up. None of us spoke, and we just kept walking. I don't know how long we had been walking before I noticed something strange. The trees looked like they were repeating, as if we were walking in circles. My auntie must have noticed it too because she stopped and looked around. We tried to go back the way we came, but nothing felt familiar. Every trail looked the same as the last one. As we kept walking, we started to see odd things. Pieces of cloth stuck to branches, an old, torn shoe by some bushes. My auntie's husband looked nervous, but none of us said a word. We didn't want to admit that we had no idea where we were. Hours passed, and the sky started to get darker. What had felt peaceful that morning now felt heavy, almost threatening. Every sound made my heart beat faster. A branch breaking, leaves rustling. It all felt like a warning. We tried to retrace our steps, but it was pointless. We were completely lost. Then we saw something up ahead. A small open space with an old, broken-down cabin in the middle of it. It wasn't on any map, and none of us had heard about anyone living out here. The door was hanging off its hinges, and the windows were smashed. The place looked like no one had touched it in years. But what made it worse was the ground around it. It was all torn up, like someone had been digging or dragging something. We didn't stick around to find out what happened there. We turned to leave, but as we walked away, I caught something in the corner of my eye. Through the trees, far in the distance, there was a figure. It was too far away to see clearly, but I knew it was standing there, watching us. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to freak anyone out more than they already were. We started walking faster, heading in the opposite direction. But no matter how far we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. That thing, whatever it was still there, just out of sight, following us. By the time we made it back to our campsite, it was already dark. We rushed into the tent and zipped everything up tight. We didn't talk about what we saw. I don't think we wanted to think about it. That night, none of us slept. We just sat there, listening to the sounds outside. Every few minutes, I could hear footsteps, like someone was walking around the campsite. I could hear soft breathing, like something was close, right by the tent. Felt like it was waiting for us to make one wrong move to come outside. The next morning, as soon as the sun came up, we packed everything and left. None of us spoke about what had happened. We just wanted to get out of there. Even weeks later, I still can't get it out of my head. We weren't alone in that forest. Something was out there watching us the whole time, following us. And the worst part is, I don't think it was just passing by. I think it's still there, waiting for the next group of campers, waiting for someone else to wander too far into those woods, just like we did. We were set up near the southern border, assigned to keep watch over the area for a few days. It wasn't strange for us to be out in the desert for long stretches, just watching for anything out of the ordinary. This time, our group decided to camp out near the foothills for the night. The place was far from any towns, and the rough land stretched way beyond where we set up camp. Night came fast, and the desert got cold in no time. We made a small fire, its flames flickering weakly against the darkness that swallowed everything around us. You could barely make out the hills, just dark shapes looming in the distance. The quiet was unsettling, but we were used to it. Most of us had been in situations like this before, but tonight felt different somehow. It started with little things, a rustling in the bushes, faint sounds of footsteps that could have been anything, from animals to the wind. But the longer I sat there, the more uneasy I felt. These weren't normal desert noises. It was subtle, but too intentional, like something was moving out there in the dark, staying just beyond the fire's light. I shone my flashlight around, but all I saw was empty space and scrub bushes. Then I caught a glimpse of something, just for a second, moving between the rocks far beyond our camp. It was quick, almost like a shadow darting away. I waited, heart pounding, but nothing else happened. I told myself it was just my nerves, maybe the darkness messing with my head. Later, when most of the team was asleep, I stayed up to keep watch. The fire was burning low, and everything seemed calm again, but the quiet felt off. It wasn't the natural kind of quiet, it felt like something was making it that way. My eyes kept drifting toward the hills, back to the same spot where I saw that shadow earlier. I had the feeling something was out there, just out of reach of my flashlight. I got up to throw more wood on the fire, and that's when I saw it. In the distance, right on the ridge of the hill, there was someone standing perfectly still. It wasn't a coyote or some animal. This was a person. They were too far for me to see clearly, but I could tell by the way they stood, they were watching us. I froze, trying to make sense of it. No one should have been out there. It was too far, too dangerous to be wandering around at night, and anyone crossing the border wouldn't just stand there in plain sight. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, staring, like it was waiting. My gut told me not to look away, but I panicked and grabbed my flashlight, pointing it straight at them. The light hit nothing. The person, or whatever it was gone. I swept the light over the ridge, but there was no sign of anyone. I sat back down, trying to calm myself. My hands were shaking a bit, but I kept telling myself it was all in my head, just the dark playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I kept staring at that ridge, waiting to see the figure again, but nothing else happened that night. The next morning, we packed up camp and got ready to head out. No one mentioned anything weird, and I didn't bring it up either. Before we left, I took one last look at the ridge where I saw the figure. That's when I noticed something I hadn't seen before. The ground was disturbed, like someone had been walking back and forth, pacing along the ridge. The tracks led away from the spot, disappearing into the hills. Whoever or whatever that figure was, it had been watching us the whole night. We loaded up and left without any trouble, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we had stepped into a place we weren't meant to be. As we drove away, I kept thinking about that figure standing so still in the darkness, watching us. Then, just as we reached the edge of the foothills, I turned to glance back one more time. My stomach dropped. Standing on the ridge was the same figure, now closer, and this time it wasn't alone. There were more of them, too many to count, lined up in a row, all watching us leave. None of them moved. They just stood there, waiting, like they were letting us go. But the look in their eyes, or at least what I imagined, told me something clear. We'd only been allowed to leave because they wanted it that way. Whatever was out there wasn't done with us. We had barely made it out, and deep down I knew someday I'd have to come back. And next time, I wasn't sure if we'd make it out alive. I had been working in the woods for a long time, cutting down trees, chopping wood, and making sure the paths were clear. It wasn't anything special, but it paid the bills. Sometimes, instead of heading back home after a long day, I'd just camp out in the forest. It saved me the drive, and I could get an early start the next morning. That was the plan tonight. I set up my tent near the edge of a clearing, with the trees behind me. It was quiet, and I liked it that way. The day had been long. My arms felt heavy from swinging the axe and hauling wood. The sun was starting to set, making long shadows stretch out on the ground. I finished setting up my tent, lit a small fire, and sat back to relax. It always felt calm out here at this time of day. Just the sound of crickets and the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. After eating a quick meal and cleaning up, I decided to call it a night. I crawled into my tent, zipped it up, and tried to get comfortable. The ground was hard, but I was used to it. The forest always sounded louder at night, but it didn't bother me. The wind would blow through the trees, making the leaves sound like they were whispering. It didn't take long before I fell asleep. A few hours later, I woke up. I wasn't sure why, but something didn't feel right. I lay there completely still, listening. The usual night sounds were there, the crickets, the wind, but something about the air felt different, like the forest itself was holding its breath. It was the kind of quiet that made you feel uneasy. I slowly unzipped the tent just a little and peeked out. The fire had died down to just glowing embers, and the night was pitch black. But everything around me was still, too still. The crickets had stopped, and there wasn't even a hint of wind. It was dead quiet. A knot started to form in my stomach. Something was wrong. I could feel it. I grabbed my flashlight, stepped out of the tent, and shined the light around the clearing. Nothing seemed out of place. The trees were still, and the shadows didn't move. I thought maybe I was just being paranoid, but then I heard it. A soft crack, like a twig snapping under someone's foot. The sound came from the tree line, where the darkness was the deepest. I pointed my flashlight over there, but all I could see were the trunks of trees and thick bushes. I stood there, listening, my heart pounding. For a minute, nothing happened. I started to convince myself it was just an animal, probably a deer or something. But then I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, but the shape wasn't right. It was a tall figure, standing still in the dark, blending in with the trees. I couldn't see it clearly, but something about it was off. It didn't move like a person, and it wasn't shaped like any animal I'd ever seen. It just stood there, completely still, like it was watching me. My heart raced, and a wave of fear washed over me. Whatever it wasn't normal. I wasn't going to wait around to find out. Slowly, I backed up toward my tent, keeping the flashlight on the figure. It didn't move, but I didn't trust it. I grabbed my stuff and began packing as fast as I could, my eyes darting back to the tree line every few seconds. As I finished throwing my gear into my bag, I glanced back toward the trees. The figure was gone. No sound, no movement, just an empty space where it had been. I stood there, frozen, shining my flashlight into the dark, but it was like the thing had vanished into thin air. My gut screamed at me to leave, and I wasn't going to argue. I slung my pack over my shoulder and started walking fast toward my truck, which was parked a short distance down a trail. I didn't look back. I didn't want to, but as I walked, I could feel it. Something was following me, watching me. The weight of the forest seemed to press down on me, making it hard to breathe. My footsteps felt too loud in the silence, and every twig that snapped under my boots sent a jolt of fear through me. I finally reached my truck, threw my gear in the back, and jumped into the driver's seat. My hands were shaking as I turned the key in the ignition. I didn't waste any time. I sped off, gripping the steering wheel like my life depended on it. Even now, I don't know what I saw that night. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't a person. But whatever it wasn't alone. Something is out there, lurking in those woods. I'm sure of it. I can feel it every time I drive past that area, like eyes watching from the dark, waiting. I haven't camped out in those woods since, and I never will again. And if you ever find yourself out there, in the deep woods, and the night goes completely quiet, don't stay. Don't try to figure out what it is. Just leave, because whatever is out there, it's watching, and it's waiting for you to make the wrong move. It was just my wife and me, deep in the woods for a weekend camping trip. We were thrilled to get away from the noise of the city and enjoy each other's company. The air was fresh, and the smell of pine filled our lungs as we set up our tent, surrounded by tall trees that seemed to go on forever. As the sun went down, we lit a campfire, the flames dancing and casting flickering shadows all around us. We roasted marshmallows and talked about our plans for the future, laughing and feeling closer than ever. The crackling fire was a comforting sound, mixing with the gentle rustling of the leaves. Everything felt just right until the night took over. Once darkness settled in, an uneasy silence fell around us. The sounds of the forest changed. The crickets stopped chirping, and an eerie stillness surrounded us. I tried to ignore the feeling that something was wrong, but a chill crept down my spine. I decided to check the area around our campsite, grabbing a flashlight. The beam cut through the thick darkness, showing only a few feet in front of me. Every little sound made my heart race. I looked at the trees, half expecting to see a deer or a rabbit, but instead, I felt a strange sensation, as if someone was watching me. I went back to the fire, trying to shake off the creeping fear. My wife noticed I looked tense, but she smiled and tried to reassure me that everything was fine. We sat close together, huddling as the temperature dropped. The warmth of the fire felt good, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, lurking. In the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly, the silence even heavier than before. I looked at my wife, still asleep, her face glowing in the dim light of the dying fire. Then I heard it, a soft crunch of leaves just outside our tent. My heart raced as I strained to listen, frozen in place. The sound continued, moving slowly around our camp, getting closer. I grabbed the flashlight, my heart pounding, and quietly unzipped the tent. The cold air hit me as I slipped outside, my breath visible in the moonlight. I pointed the flashlight into the dark, searching the trees. Nothing, just the quiet of the woods. I felt foolish, but my instinct to protect my wife pushed me to look further. I stepped away from the tent, my eyes darting between the shadows, trying to find any sign of movement. Then I saw it. A shape crouched low behind a tree, barely hidden in the dark. My stomach dropped. It was too big to be a deer, but too human-like to be anything I could easily explain. Stared right at me, completely still. I backed away slowly, my heart racing, not wanting to provoke whatever it was. The shape didn't move, as if it was watching me watch it. Panic surged through me, and I turned, racing back to the tent. I zipped it up tightly, my breathing heavy as I gently woke my wife. I had no time to explain. I told her we had to leave, and hurriedly packed our things, my hands shaking with fear. Outside, I could still feel that presence, lurking just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. We climbed into the car, adrenaline pumping as I fumbled with the keys, desperate to start the engine. I turned the key and the engine roared to life. I hit the gas, tearing away from the campsite, leaving the flickering fire behind. As we drove deeper into the woods, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The darkness behind us was just that, darkness. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching us, something that didn't want us to leave. My mind raced with possibilities. Finally, we reached the main road, and the trees began to thin out. The tension in the car slowly faded, replaced by relief, but unease settled in my stomach. My wife looked at me, her eyes wide with worry, and I realized how close we had come to something we couldn't understand. We may have escaped that night, but the memory of the woods haunted us. We never spoke of it again, but the fear of those dark woods stayed with us, a constant reminder that some places should remain untouched. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the image of that figure from my mind. Felt like a warning. Later, we learned from a park ranger that others had disappeared in those woods. Strange stories of people going missing without a trace. My heart sank as I realized what we had brushed against. Whatever it was, it didn't want us there, and it might still be waiting for the next campers who dared to set up in its territory. The thought made my skin crawl, knowing that we might not be the last to feel its watchful eyes in the shadows. The sun was going down as my family and I set up camp in the woods behind our neighbor's house. We had planned this trip for weeks, eager to get away from our daily lives and enjoy the fresh air. As we unloaded the car, I saw Mr. Thompson, our neighbor, sitting on his porch, staring at us. I waved, but he didn't wave back. I shook it off, thinking he was just a strange guy. As night fell, we lit a fire and roasted marshmallows. The sound of crackling wood mixed with the chirping of crickets. The woods felt alive with noise, but something about the night made me feel uneasy. I glanced toward Mr. Thompson's house, which was now dark. The only light came from our fire, throwing flickering shadows around us. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. I heard rustling in the bushes nearby, but every time I turned to look, there was nothing there. My family was too caught up in their fun to notice that I was getting more anxious. Later that night, I needed to go to the bathroom, which was just a short walk into the woods. As I walked, the darkness surrounded me, making the familiar path feel strange and threatening. Halfway there, I heard footsteps behind me. They were quiet but clear, like someone was trying to stay hidden. My heart raced, and I picked up my pace, glancing back. Nothing was there, but I still felt like someone was watching me. I finished up and hurried back to camp, the shadows around me stretching and twisting in the firelight. When I returned, my family was asleep in the tent, their soft breaths the only sound. I chose to stay awake for a bit, feeling uneasy. As I sat there, I noticed a light flickering from Mr. Thompson's house. A small flashlight moved back and forth near the edge of the woods. Then it suddenly stopped. A chill ran down my spine. I stood up to get a better look, but the flashlight turned off. The darkness closed in around me. I sat back down, feeling more exposed than ever. The woods were quiet, and my mind began racing with possibilities. What if Mr. Thompson was up to something? I had heard whispers about his strange habits before, but I never thought much of them. Time dragged on, and dawn started to break, the first light creeping through the trees. I woke my family, relieved that we had made it through the night. As we packed up, I noticed something on the ground near our fire pit. A small knife, its blade shiny and new. I picked it up, feeling a cold sweat on my forehead. I didn't recognize it. It definitely wasn't ours. As we drove home, I glanced back at Mr. Thompson's house. He stood on his porch again, watching us. I could see a small smile on his face. My stomach twisted. I wanted to go back and confront him, but deep down, I knew it wasn't worth it. Whatever was happening there, it wasn't for us to uncover. When we got home, I told my parents about the knife and how uneasy I felt. They brushed it off, saying it was just my imagination. But I couldn't shake the dread in my stomach. I decided to keep my distance from Mr. Thompson from then on. Not because I was scared, but because sometimes it's better not to know what hides in the dark. The woods were no longer a safe place for me. They were full of secrets that should never be uncovered. Days turned into weeks, and I tried to forget about the camping trip. However, every time I saw Mr. Thompson outside, my heart would race. I often wondered what he did out there in the woods when nobody was watching. It haunted me. Then one day, I saw something that made my blood run cold. I was looking out my window when I spotted Mr. Thompson digging in his backyard. I squinted, trying to see better, and noticed a strange shape wrapped in something dark, half buried in the dirt. My breath caught in my throat. What was he hiding? I felt the urge to call the police, but what would I say? They'd think I was just a kid making up stories. I spent sleepless nights imagining what could be buried there. I couldn't stop thinking about the knife we found and how it felt wrong. Then one night, after days of anxiety, I decided to check it out for myself. As I crept toward his backyard, the chill in the air made my skin crawl. The moon was bright, but the shadows seemed to swallow the light. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached the edge of the woods, straining to see what was happening. Suddenly, I heard a sound, a low, muffled noise, like something dragging across the ground. I froze, every instinct screaming at me to turn back. But I stayed still, watching. There was Mr. Thompson, his flashlight illuminating his work. He was pulling something from the ground, and I realized with horror that it was a body bag. My breath quickened, and I stumbled back, trying not to make a sound. Just as I turned to run, he looked right at me, the light catching his eyes. For a brief moment, I felt the weight of his gaze. I took off, running through the woods, branches clawing at my arms. When I finally got home, I slammed the door behind me, heart racing. I never told my family what I saw. I was terrified that if I said anything, Mr. Thompson would come for me next. The woods, once a place of fun and escape, were now a dark reminder of what lay hidden so close to home. I knew I would never feel safe there again, knowing that secrets, especially dark ones, often come with a price. I signed up to help with a weekend search in the nearby national park. The police were looking for a hiker who had gone missing a few weeks earlier, and I wanted to do my part. I loved being outdoors and knew the trails well. On the first day, we gathered at the ranger station and were given areas to search. My group was taken to a dense, wooded part of the park, far from the main paths. As we trudged through the underbrush, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling creeping over me. The trees were tall and silent, their branches twisted and dark against the fading sunlight. We hiked for hours, scanning the ground for anything, like a backpack, a water bottle, or any clue that might tell us what happened to the hiker. The heat was intense, and the air felt heavy with the smell of damp soil and rotting leaves. I kept my eyes focused on the ground when suddenly something caught my eye. A piece of fabric was half buried under fallen leaves. I moved closer, my heart pounding. The fabric was part of a shirt, ripped and dirty. As I knelt down to clear the leaves away, the ground felt strange and soft. That's when I saw it. A hand, pale and lifeless, sticking out from the ground. I froze, my breath hitching in my throat. I had found the missing hiker. Panic washed over me, but I forced myself to stay calm. I looked around carefully, realizing it was definitely a body. I could see the outline of an arm and part of a face turned down into the dirt. It was a harsh reminder of how dangerous nature could be. I reached for my radio, my hands trembling. "I found something," I whispered, my voice barely making a sound. I reported the location and waited, my heart racing. I sat back on my heels, trying to understand the shocking reality I was facing. I felt frozen in place, weighed down by what I had uncovered. It felt like forever until I heard voices coming my way. A few police officers pushed through the trees, their faces shifting from confusion to horror as they saw what I had found. They quickly got to work, marking off the area and handling the situation seriously. I stepped back, feeling a mix of relief and deep unease. The search team carefully uncovered the body, revealing the full horror of what had happened. As the sun sank below the horizon, long shadows crept across the forest floor, and I felt the weight of death settle heavily in my chest. I had come here to help, but I had stumbled upon a chilling truth. As we walked back to the ranger station later, the weight of the day pressed down on me. I thought about how fragile life really is and the dangers hiding in the wild. I had helped find a missing person, but it was a painful reminder of the hidden threats that lurked in the vast outdoors. The forest, beautiful yet unforgiving, had claimed another life. I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods were alive, watching us with a cold, indifferent gaze. I felt a chill run down my spine, a warning that something dark lurked in the shadows. I would never forget the sight of that hand sticking out of the ground, a ghostly reminder that nature can turn from peaceful to deadly in an instant. I realized that the woods held secrets, and some of those secrets were better left buried. As I lay in bed that night, I knew that the memory of what I found would haunt me, a constant reminder that the line between adventure and danger is thin, and in the wild, you can lose everything in the blink of an eye. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend, a chance to escape the chaos of city life. I set up my tent in a quiet spot deep in the woods of the mountains. The rain had started early that day, turning the trail into a muddy mess, but I didn't mind. I liked the sound of raindrops on the tent and the fresh smell of wet earth. As night fell, I lit a small campfire. The flames danced and crackled, pushing back the darkness that surrounded me. The trees stood tall and silent, their shadows creeping closer. The rain had stopped, but the forest was still thick with mist. It felt alive, as if something was watching from the shadows. After a while, I decided to take a short walk in the woods. I grabbed my flashlight and moved quietly along the narrow path. The beam of light barely cut through the darkness, shining on twisted roots and thick bushes. I felt excited about the adventure, but also an uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. Then I heard it, a sound that made my heart race. A rustling noise came from deeper in the woods, breaking the stillness. I stopped and listened carefully, hoping it was just a small animal. But the sound was too deliberate, almost like something big was moving through the bushes. I tried to convince myself it was probably just a deer or a bear, but my gut told me to turn back. As I retraced my steps, the forest felt like it was closing in around me. Shadows danced in my flashlight's beam, making me jump. I quickened my pace, the sound of my feet splashing in puddles drowned out by the rustling that was getting louder. I could feel it, whatever it was getting closer. I stumbled back to the campsite, my heart pounding in my chest. The fire was still glowing, but the warmth it gave felt weak against the fear that filled the air. I sat on a log, listening intently. The rustling was louder now, almost like footsteps moving deliberately through the trees. Panic surged through me, and I grabbed my backpack, pulling out my knife and a flare I kept for emergencies. I was far from any help, surrounded by thick woods, and the thought of being out here alone was terrifying. I made a decision. I needed to show whatever was lurking that I was not an easy target. With shaking hands, I lit the flare, its bright light cutting through the darkness. The sudden brightness lit up the trees around me, casting long shadows. The rustling stopped abruptly. My heart raced as I waited for something to happen. Then I saw it. Just at the edge of the light, a shape emerged. A huge wild boar, its eyes reflecting the flare's glow. It snorted and stomped its feet, clearly agitated. I took a step back, keeping the flare raised. The boar charged forward, and I realized it didn't like the light or the noise. I had to act fast. With one quick motion, I threw the flare away from me. It landed with a hiss, rolling into the darkness. The boar hesitated, sniffing the air. Then, to my relief, it turned and vanished into the thick underbrush, the rustling fading into the distance. Breathing heavily, I dropped the remaining flare, the light flickering out as adrenaline rushed through me. I felt a mix of relief and fear, knowing how close I had come to a dangerous encounter. I quickly packed up my tent and gear, deciding there was no way I would spend another night in these woods. As I hiked back to my car, the rain started again, pouring down in sheets. But I didn't care. The sound of the rain was now familiar, a reminder that I was leaving the danger behind. With each step, the forest felt less threatening, and I thought I was finally safe. But then I heard it again, a low growl echoing through the trees. My heart dropped as I froze in place. The sound was different this time, deeper and more menacing. I turned my flashlight back toward the source, but the beam barely reached the trees ahead. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as I remembered how easily the boar had vanished. Whatever was out there now was much more dangerous. I quickened my pace, the sound of my hurried footsteps drowned by the pounding rain. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. The growling grew louder, more aggressive. I stumbled, fear clawing at my throat. As I looked back, I caught a glimpse of movement just beyond the trees, a massive shape lurking, just out of reach of the light. The panic took hold of me, and I ran, slipping and sliding on the muddy ground. The growling turned into a snarl, and I could hear heavy footsteps crashing through the brush behind me. I didn't dare look back again. All I knew was that I had to get out of the woods. Finally, I burst through the tree line, reaching my car. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, heart racing, feeling the hot breath of whatever had been chasing me just behind me. I jumped inside, slamming the door shut. I started the engine and sped off, glancing into the rearview mirror, praying I wouldn't see anything lurking in the darkness. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I drove faster down the winding mountain road, rain pounding against the windshield, the shadows of the trees closing in on either side. I knew I had escaped, but the thought of what could be hiding just out of sight haunted me. The thrill of my adventure had turned into a nightmare. I couldn't help but wonder what else was out there in those dark woods, waiting for the next unsuspecting camper to wander too far into the shadows. It was a late summer weekend when my boss, Karen, and her business partner, Mike, decided to take a break from work and go camping in a quiet forest. I wasn't sure why I was invited, but I thought it would be a good way to bond outside the office. When we got to the campsite, we were surrounded by tall trees and could hear a creek nearby. The sun slowly went down, casting long shadows across the ground. As night set in, we gathered around the campfire, its flickering light dancing on our faces. The warm glow made the forest feel inviting, but I started to feel uneasy. It was as if the woods were alive, almost watching us. The air turned cool, and the sound of the crackling fire was the only thing breaking the heavy silence. After a while, Karen suggested we turn in for the night. I felt a cold shiver run down my back. Inside the tent, I lay awake, hearing rustling sounds outside. My heart raced as I listened closely. The noises got louder, a mix of crunching leaves and snapping branches. I thought it might be a deer, but something felt off. I poked my head out of the tent, peering into the dark. I could barely make out shapes moving between the trees. They looked too big to be animals. I quickly ducked back inside, my mind racing with worry about what could be out there. Sleep was impossible, and the rustling continued, coming closer. I strained to hear through the thin walls of the tent. Suddenly, I heard a soft voice whispering outside. Panic surged through me. What if it was someone up to no good? I forced myself to look outside again, but the darkness swallowed everything. My gut told me to stay put. The whispering stopped, and I heard footsteps moving away into the trees. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. I waited in silence, too scared to sleep. Hours passed, and when the first light of dawn broke, I finally felt brave enough to step outside. I cautiously unzipped the tent and stepped into the morning light, trying to shake off the fear. To my relief, Karen and Mike were already awake, sitting by the fire. I hesitated but decided to share what I experienced. Karen looked worried, and Mike frowned, as if he were trying to recall something. They admitted they had heard strange noises too, but didn't want to alarm me. As we packed up to leave, I noticed the ground near the tent was disturbed, like something had been hiding nearby all night. There were large footprints leading away from the campsite, disappearing deeper into the woods. My stomach twisted at the thought of what had been so close to us. Driving away, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. Karen and Mike exchanged worried glances, clearly disturbed by the night's events. I kept looking back at the forest, half expecting to see someone watching us from the trees. The whole experience left me unsettled, a reminder that even in beautiful places, darkness can be just around the corner. As we drove further away, I turned to look at the trees one last time. A shadow flitted through the underbrush, too quick to identify. My heart sank as I realized that whatever had been out there was still in the woods, waiting. I felt a chill wash over me as the truth sank in. Sometimes, the woods don't let go of their secrets. Whatever had watched us through the night was still lurking, and the thought of it being out there, just out of sight, made me shudder. I knew I would never feel safe camping again. At 65, I thought I had seen everything, but nothing prepared me for that weekend in the French forest. I went camping alone, looking for a break from my busy life. The tall pine trees filled the air with their fresh smell, and I felt calm as I set up my tent next to a clear stream. That first night, the stars sparkled above me, and the sounds of the forest wrapped around me. Crickets chirping and leaves rustling in the wind. I made a simple meal over the fire and got ready for a quiet evening. As the darkness settled in, I noticed the forest sounds changing. The crickets stopped, and an uneasy silence took over. Just as I was about to get some sleep, I heard a noise in the bushes nearby. My heart raced, but I told myself it was probably just a deer. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it toward the noise, but there was nothing there. I shook it off and crawled into my sleeping bag, hoping I would fall asleep soon. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. The forest was eerily quiet. I lay still, listening, my heart pounding. Then I heard it again, a low growl just beyond the trees. I froze, trying to tell myself it was just my imagination, but deep down, I knew it was real. Holding my flashlight tightly, I quietly unzipped my tent and peeked outside. The light cut through the dark, and I looked around. For a moment, I saw nothing but trees and shadows. Then, in the distance, I saw movement. My breath caught in my throat as I spotted a large animal, its eyes shining in the light. It looked like a bear. I crawled back into my tent, trying to stay calm and breathe steadily. I knew I had to think clearly. Bears were not common in this area, but they could be dangerous if they felt threatened. I had heard stories about campers who faced bears, and I didn't want to be one of them. I decided to stay still, hoping the bear would lose interest and leave. Time dragged on, and I was stuck in my thoughts, worrying about what could happen next. Then I heard it, a loud crash, followed by heavy footsteps. The bear was getting closer, sniffing around my campsite. Panic washed over me. I needed to protect myself. I rifled through my gear, looking for anything I could use to scare it off. I found my bear spray and held it tightly, ready to defend myself. I could hear the bear moving around, knocking over my things in search of food. Finally, I couldn't wait any longer. I unzipped the tent just a little and peeked out. The bear was close to my backpack, pawing at it. My heart raced as I took a deep breath and shouted to scare it off. "Hey, go away!" The bear turned quickly, its eyes locking onto mine. For a moment, it looked surprised, but then it roared, a deep, rumbling sound that sent chills through my body. I quickly sprayed the bear spray in its direction. The bear recoiled, letting out a grunt, and then turned and dashed back into the forest. I stayed awake for hours, listening for any sign of the bear returning. As dawn broke, the forest slowly came alive again. I felt drained but relieved. I knew I had been lucky. The bear could have easily come into my tent while I slept. That morning, I packed up my camp, my hands shaking from the rush of adrenaline. As I left the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. I had faced a real danger and had survived, but I couldn't help but think about what could have happened. Camping alone in the wild could be peaceful but also unpredictable, and I made a silent promise to be more careful in the future. As I drove home, I thought about the whole experience. Nature, while beautiful, demanded respect. I might be older, but I still had a lot to learn about the wild and my own limits. The forest had scared me, but it also left me with a chilling thought. I wasn't alone out there. What if that bear wasn't the only thing lurking in the shadows? As I drove past the trees, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. The woods held secrets, and I had brushed against one of them. A A sense of unease settled over me, and I realized that sometimes it's better not to know what really hides in the dark. I went camping with my uncle and his best friend deep in the Amazon rainforest. They'd been talking about this trip for years, saying how untouched and beautiful the forest was. I was excited, but also a bit scared. The Amazon was nothing like anything I'd been through before, and I had heard stories about how dangerous it could be. But I trusted my uncle and his friend. They'd been doing this for years. We hiked most of the day, cutting through thick trees and bushes, listening to the buzzing of insects and the calls of animals in the distance. The air felt heavy and sticky, making it harder to walk the farther we went. It was like the deeper we went into the forest, the more the jungle felt like it was closing in on me. By the time we set up camp, the sun was starting to go down. The air cooled a little, but it still felt like the humidity was sticking to my skin. We found a small spot near a stream and put up our tents. My uncle and his friend acted like everything was fine, going about setting up camp like it was no big deal. But I had this weird feeling. It was like we weren't supposed to be there, like something was watching us. Night came fast, and with it came the noise. Birds screeched, leaves rustled, and strange sounds echoed around us from every direction. It freaked me out, but I tried to tell myself it was normal for this place. We were in the middle of the jungle, after all. Of course, the wildlife would be loud. I lay in my tent, staring at the fabric above me, thinking about how thin it was. There was barely anything between me and the jungle outside. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. The sounds outside started to feel like they were getting closer, sharper. Every now and then, I'd hear a branch snap like something big was moving out there. My heart started racing, but I kept telling myself it was just in my head. Then the sounds got louder. Footsteps, not the quick movements of small animals or the rustling of birds. These were heavy, slow, and steady. I froze, trying not to make a sound. My breathing was shallow as I listened. The footsteps stopped right outside my tent. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. The only thing I could hear was my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Then I heard something soft, like a shuffle, and something brushed against my tent. My mind raced, thinking of all the things it could be. A big animal, maybe. Something curious, maybe just passing through. But it was too quiet. No growling, no noises, just silence. Time seemed to stretch forever, and I kept waiting for something to happen. After what felt like hours, the footsteps started again, but this time they were moving away. Slowly, I let out a breath I hadn't even realized I was holding. I wanted to look outside, but my body wouldn't move. I couldn't bring myself to check. Morning came, and the air felt even heavier than before. I crawled out of my tent, feeling stiff and drained from the night. My uncle and his friend were already up, looking around the campsite. Something was wrong. The ground near our tents was all messed up, like something big had been moving around. There were huge prints in the dirt, leading toward the forest and back again. They didn't look like any animal tracks I'd ever seen. They were too big and too deep. We packed up quickly. No one really said anything, but we all knew it was time to go. As we walked through the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there. I kept looking back, expecting to see something following us, but I never did. We reached the main trail by midday, tired and quiet. The jungle sounds faded behind us as we left, almost like whatever had been there had stopped watching us. I've gone over that night in my head more times than I can count, trying to make sense of what happened. Maybe it was just a big animal, or maybe it was something else. But the truth is, we were never alone out there. Something was watching us the whole time, and I know if we hadn't left when we did, it would have come back. I've never really liked camping, but my boyfriend talked me into it. He said it would be a good break from my job. I manage a lot of people, always dealing with meetings and deadlines. Camping in the woods was the last thing I thought I'd be doing, but I went along with it. We loaded up the car and drove far out to a campsite deep in the woods, far from the city. The first day was nice enough. We found a spot near a small lake, set up the tent, and walked around for a while. The air was fresh, and it felt good to be away from all the work stress. That evening, we made a fire and cooked dinner. Everything felt calm, and I started to unwind. But once the sun went down, everything changed. The woods got really quiet, that kind of silence that reminds you how far you are from anyone else. No cars, no people, just us. After a while, we got into the tent to sleep. I thought I'd crash right away after such a long day, but every little sound outside kept waking me up. At first, I told myself it was just animals, maybe some twigs snapping or leaves moving in the wind, but something didn't feel right. These weren't random noises. It sounded like something was slowly moving toward us. I lay there, listening carefully. My boyfriend was sound asleep, totally unaware. I didn't want to wake him up over nothing, so I stayed still, telling myself I was just imagining things. Then I felt it. Something heavy pressed against the side of the tent. My heart started pounding. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it through the fabric, right next to me. I held my breath, hoping it would go away, but the pressure didn't stop. It started to move, slowly sliding along the tent, heading toward the entrance. I could hear soft footsteps now, each one careful, like it was trying not to be heard. I grabbed my phone, thinking maybe the light would scare it off. I shone it toward the entrance of the tent, but there was nothing there. I tried to calm myself down, thinking it was probably just an animal, maybe a deer or something harmless. But as soon as I started to relax, I heard something else. This time, it wasn't coming from outside. It was inside the tent, breathing, but it wasn't mine or my boyfriend's. This was heavier, slower, like someone was crouched in the corner, right there in the dark, just out of view. I couldn't move. My mind was racing, trying to figure out how this could be possible. The tent was zipped up, and we were the only ones in it. There was no way anyone could have gotten in without us noticing. I wanted to turn and check, but I was frozen, lying there with my eyes wide open, staring at the roof of the tent. I was hoping, praying, that whatever it was would just go away. Then, all of a sudden, the breathing stopped. I stayed perfectly still, waiting, not knowing what would happen next. Seconds passed, then minutes. Maybe an hour went by, but I didn't dare move. I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The sunlight was shining into the tent, making everything look normal again. My boyfriend was already outside, cooking breakfast over the fire. I sat up quickly, checking around the tent for any sign of what happened last night. There were no footprints, no damage to the tent, nothing. It was like it never happened, like I'd imagined the whole thing. But I knew it wasn't just in my head. As I stood up, my body was stiff from staying still for so long. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in there with us. I tried to act normal, but the whole morning felt off. Everything looked fine, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. We packed up to leave, and as we drove away, I couldn't stop thinking about the night before. I glanced back at the campsite through the rearview mirror. That's when I saw it. A small mark just below the tent. A handprint. Not mine, not my boyfriend's. Someone else's. It was pressed deep into the ground, like they had been kneeling right outside the tent, watching us. And I realized then whoever or whatever it was hadn't left at all. They had been there the whole time, waiting. I decided to camp alone in the mountains like I had done plenty of times before. I always liked being by myself out there. The quiet, the sound of the rain hitting the tent, and the smell of the wet dirt around me. It was supposed to be a simple, peaceful trip. Just me, the outdoors, and a storm passing through. The rain started earlier that day, slowly at first, just a light sprinkle, but by afternoon, it had turned into a steady downpour. I set up my tent near a forest, far enough from the cliffs to feel safe, and with a view of the valley below, though the fog made it hard to see. I checked the weather a few times before leaving, and it showed rain but nothing that seemed dangerous. By the time it got dark, the rain was heavy. The trees creaked with the wind, but I wasn't worried. My tent was sturdy, and I set it up on higher ground so it wouldn't flood. I crawled inside, got into my sleeping bag, and listened to the rain. The wind picked up, howling louder, and the rain hit harder, but I kept telling myself it was just normal mountain weather. Then I heard something that didn't belong. It was a thumping sound, not like the rain or wind. At first, I tried to ignore it, thinking maybe it was just a branch knocking against a tree. But it kept going slow and steady. Every few seconds, thud, thud. I sat up and listened more carefully. The sound was getting closer. It didn't sound like an animal. It was too slow, too heavy. Maybe someone else was hiking through the storm, I thought. But that didn't make sense. Who would be out here in this weather this late in such a far-off place? The thumping stopped right outside my tent. I held my breath, my heart pounding hard. I heard footsteps now, heavy and slow, moving just outside the thin layer of fabric between me and whatever was out there. I tried to stay calm, but fear was creeping in fast. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, all I could hear was the rain hitting the tent. Then something brushed against the side of the tent. It made a low, dragging sound, like someone was running their hand along the fabric. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what it could be. An animal? Person? Whoever or whatever it was, they were close enough to touch the tent. I didn't move. I stayed completely still, trying not to make any noise. The dragging sound went on for a few moments, though it felt much longer. Then, just like that, it stopped. I listened as hard as I could, but there was nothing but the rain again. I waited, too scared to move, wondering if whatever it was would come back. After what felt like forever, I finally grabbed my flashlight and turned it on. The light lit up the tent, casting shadows on the wet fabric. I slowly unzipped the door just enough to peek outside. There was nothing, just rain and darkness. I stayed like that for a while, my flashlight moving over the soaked ground and swaying trees, but I didn't see anything. No signs of anyone or anything. No tracks, no broken branches, nothing to explain what I'd heard. I went back inside, but I couldn't sleep. I kept listening, waiting for those footsteps or that scraping sound to come back. But they never did. By morning, the rain had lightened to a drizzle. I packed up as fast as I could and started hiking back down the mountain. The whole time, I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling like something was watching me. Even now, I can't make sense of what happened. I didn't see anything, but I know I heard it. Something or someone was right there, close enough to touch my tent, and I still can't shake the feeling that whatever it wasn't just passing by. It was waiting. When I was a kid, my grandparents took me camping deep in the forest. They loved being out there, far from the city noise. My grandfather always said the farther we were from people, the better the camping. This time we found a spot that was really far, miles away from any road. The first day was quiet and calm. We set up the tent, collected some firewood, and looked around the area. The forest felt normal. The trees were tall, the bushes thick, and I could hear birds chirping in the distance. As the sun started going down, the shadows stretched long, and it got cold fast. We started a fire, ate dinner, and then crawled into the tent for the night. I woke up in the middle of the night to a weird sound. It was a thumping noise, like something hitting the ground far away, but loud enough that it caught my attention. I lay still, listening closely, trying to figure out if it was an animal. But it didn't sound like any animal I knew. It was too steady, too much like it was done on purpose. I glanced at my grandparents, but they were asleep, totally unaware. The thumping got louder. It seemed to be coming from all around us, not just one direction. Thump, thump, thump. Each time it sounded closer, like something was moving around our campsite. I stayed frozen, my mind racing, trying to tell myself it was just the wind or maybe a tree branch falling. But deep down, I knew that wasn't right. I finally sat up and looked out of the tent flap. The fire had died down to a few glowing embers, barely lighting the trees. Everything was still, nothing was moving. But that sound, it didn't stop. Kept getting louder, getting closer. I decided to step outside, even though my heart was pounding. The cold air hit me as soon as I unzipped the tent. The noise stopped right then. The sudden silence was even worse. It was like the forest had frozen. No wind, no rustling leaves, nothing. It felt like the whole world was holding its breath. I didn't wake my grandparents. I just stood there, waiting, hoping nothing would happen. Minutes went by, and just when I started to feel like maybe it was over, I heard it again. But this time, it wasn't just the thumping. I heard footsteps, slow, heavy footsteps, crunching on the leaves. They were coming toward me. My chest tightened as I looked around, trying to see who or what was there. But no matter where I looked, I couldn't see anyone. The footsteps got louder, closer. My heart was racing, and I could barely breathe. It wasn't just one pair of footsteps now. It sounded like a group of people all walking toward me, but still, I couldn't see a thing. I panicked and rushed back into the tent, zipping it up as fast as I could. The footsteps stopped again, but the silence that followed wasn't comforting. It was thick, like the air itself was waiting for something to happen. I stayed awake the rest of the night, my ears straining to catch any sound, my mind racing with what could be out there. When morning came, everything looked normal. The forest was calm, like nothing had happened. My grandparents acted like it had been just another night in the woods, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there with us. After breakfast, I walked around the campsite, looking for any signs, footprints, broken branches, anything that could explain what I had heard. But there was nothing. The ground was undisturbed. No tracks, no signs of anyone or anything moving through. We packed up and left later that day, and as we drove back toward the main road, I kept thinking about it. The noise, the footsteps, none of it made sense. I tried telling myself it was all in my head, that I'd been hearing things because we were so far from civilization. But even now, years later, I can still hear those footsteps in my mind. It's like they're following me, getting closer every time I think about them. I never told anyone about that night, not even my grandparents. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I get the feeling that whatever was out there in the woods that night, it's still watching, waiting for the right moment to get even closer. The sun had gone down hours ago, leaving only the flickering light of the campfire against the tall trees around my tent. I was out in the woods for a weekend break, just me and nature, or so I thought. I had set up my campsite near a small stream, far enough from the road that I felt cut off but close enough to the parking lot to feel safe. As I sat by the fire, listening to the sounds of the night, the rustling leaves, the distant call of an owl, I noticed something strange in the shadows. The air felt heavy with an odd tension. I tried to shake it off, thinking it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But then I heard it again, a soft sound, like footsteps crunching on dry leaves. I leaned closer to the fire, trying to tell myself it was just a deer or some other animal. But the sound kept coming, growing louder. I grabbed my flashlight, shining it into the dark, revealing nothing but trees and shadows. Suddenly, I remembered the news stories I had seen before my trip. A string of break-ins at nearby campsites. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I reminded myself that I was ready for anything. I reached for my phone to call for help, but there was no signal out here. Then the footsteps stopped. My heart began to race. Every noise felt magnified. I decided to check my gear, hoping it would take my mind off things. As I searched through my backpack, I heard a rustle behind me. I turned quickly, shining the flashlight over the trees. Nothing was there. I was alone. Just as I started to relax, I saw a shadow moving just outside the firelight. My heart sank. I didn't want to believe what I was seeing. I focused the light more carefully. I could see a figure crouching low among the trees, watching me. Panic surged inside me. I grabbed my knife, my only means of protection. The figure shifted, and I could make out a man, dirty and scruffy, clearly not someone who belonged in this camping crowd. He was dressed in dark clothes, and his eyes glinted in the firelight. My mind raced with thoughts of what he could want. I knew I had to act fast. I turned and ran toward my car, parked a few hundred yards away. The sound of leaves crunching under my feet felt like thunder, and I could hear the man moving behind me, the sound getting closer. I reached the clearing where my car was parked and fumbled for my keys. They slipped from my fingers and fell to the ground with a loud clatter. Just then, I heard him breaking through the brush, and fear took hold of me. I quickly bent down, grabbed the keys, and jumped into the car, locking the doors behind me. My hands were shaking as I started the engine, praying it would roar to life. It did. As I pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The man stood there, watching, his face dark and unreadable. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, my heart still racing, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I called the police and told them everything. The next morning, they informed me they had been searching for a group of criminals who had been targeting campers in the area. They warned me to stay alert and report anything strange. I drove home shaken but relieved, knowing that I had escaped that terrifying night. But even as I settled back into my routine, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I went for a walk in the woods or sat in my backyard, I felt eyes on me, hidden in the shadows. It haunted me. I kept wondering about that man. Who was he? What did he want? And then, weeks later, while scrolling through the news, I came across a story about a man who had been arrested for a series of break-ins in various campsites. There was a photo of him. It was the same man I had seen that night. My blood ran cold as I realized he could have easily found me, could have come into my tent while I slept. I never went back to those woods. The fear of being watched stayed with me, a reminder that sometimes the quietest places hide the darkest secrets. I learned to respect the woods, knowing that not everyone who steps into them has good intentions. And late at night, when the wind rustles the leaves and the darkness closes in, I still feel that chill creeping down my spine. Sometimes, I think I can hear footsteps outside my window, and I wonder if I'll ever truly be safe again. It was a hot summer weekend, and I decided to go camping in the woods behind my house. I liked the peace and quiet of nature, but I knew my neighbors, Dave and Linda, were camping a few sites away. They were friendly enough, but there was always something a little strange about them. As I set up my tent, I noticed that Dave seemed off. He kept looking over at me, and Linda was unusually quiet, almost jumpy. I brushed it off, thinking they were just trying to enjoy their own space. The sun sank behind the trees, turning the sky a deep orange and pink. I built a small fire to cook dinner and unwind. Later, as night fell, I heard noises that got my attention. There was rustling in the bushes near my tent. I figured it might be a deer or a raccoon, but then I heard something else. A low growl that made my skin crawl. I sat up, trying to see into the dark, but all I could see was black. The crackling of the fire did nothing to calm my growing fear. Suddenly, I saw a shadow dash between the trees, just outside the reach of the firelight. My heart raced. I grabbed my flashlight, thinking it might help me feel better. But as I pointed it into the darkness, the light flickered and died. Panic flooded through me. The rustling started again, now much closer. I decided to peek outside my tent, hoping it was just an animal. As I unzipped the flap, I saw the flickering lights from Dave and Linda's campsite. They were moving quickly around their tent, almost like they were trying to hide from something. The growling grew louder, and I could see a big figure moving toward them. My instincts kicked in. I grabbed my phone, but there was no signal. I stepped out into the chilly night air, my heart pounding in my chest. I tried to stay quiet as I walked toward their campsite, wanting to know what was happening. As I got closer, I realized the figure was a large dog, wild and snarling. Dave and Linda were struggling to control it. The dog had broken free from their tent, and they were frantic, trying to pull it back. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. I shouted, raising my arms to look bigger, hoping to scare the dog away. The dog hesitated, confused by my presence. That brief moment was all I needed. I rushed forward and grabbed the nearest stick, waving it in front of me. The dog growled but then backed off slightly. Just then, Dave and Linda managed to get a leash on it just as I arrived. Breathing hard, I helped them secure the dog back in their tent. The tension eased a bit, but I could still feel the fear hanging in the air. Dave thanked me for my help, and I saw the worry in his eyes. They explained that their dog was always aggressive when startled, and they never expected it to break free at night. We sat quietly around the fire, trying to shake off the scary moment. As I lay in my tent later, listening to the sounds of the night, I felt grateful I had been there. But something still didn't feel right. The rustling in the bushes returned, and my thoughts raced. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The growling had stopped, but in the stillness of the night, I could hear the faint crunch of leaves outside my tent. My heart raced again. It was too quiet now. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a scream, high-pitched and filled with terror. It was Linda's voice, piercing through the night. My body went cold. I scrambled out of my tent, the cool air hitting my skin like ice. Dave was shouting, frantically looking around, but I didn't see the dog anywhere. I stepped into the darkness, fear gripping me. The fire cast long shadows, and I could see Dave stumbling backward, his face pale. He pointed toward the trees. I followed his gaze, and there, in the dim light, I saw something moving, something large and dark, blending into the night. Then I realized it wasn't just the dog we needed to worry about. Whatever was lurking out there was far worse. I felt the weight of dread settle in my stomach as I understood we weren't alone in these woods. The night closed in around me, and the silence was deafening. In that moment, as the shadows shifted and the air grew heavy with fear, I knew that camping in the woods was no longer a peaceful escape. We had stumbled into something far more dangerous, and as I turned to Dave, I saw it in his eyes, the same chilling realization. Whatever was out there was watching, waiting, and I had a sinking feeling that it wouldn't be long before it came for us. We had been in the woods for 2 days, camping as part of a training exercise. I was in a small group led by my commander, a tough guy known for being serious. We set up camp deep in the forest, away from the usual paths, to practice finding our way and surviving in the wild. When night fell, the forest filled with sounds. The leaves rustled, an owl hooted far away, and our campfire crackled softly. I tried to focus on the warmth of the fire and the sense of togetherness around it, but something felt wrong. There was an unsettling quietness between the noises, a feeling like someone or something was watching us from the shadows. Later, I lay in my tent, the thin fabric barely blocking the cool night air. Sleep came slowly. I kept hearing twigs snapping outside, making my heart race. Each noise felt too loud in the stillness, and I was convinced I wasn't alone. Just as I started to drift off, a loud crash echoed through the woods. It was close, way too close. I sat up fast, listening hard. The others in our group were already on edge, but no one said anything. I unzipped my tent quietly and peeked outside. The fire was dim, just glowing embers now, and shadows danced among the trees. I could see my commander standing tense and still, searching the darkness. Suddenly, I saw something move, a figure darting between the trees. My breath caught in my throat. My mind raced, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Was it just an animal, or something much worse? I quickly ducked back into the tent, trying to calm my racing heart. Minutes felt like hours. The forest was eerily quiet again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. My gut told me to stay where I was, but I couldn't fight the urge to find out what was happening. I took a deep breath and unzipped my tent just enough to peek outside again. What I saw made my stomach drop. The figure was standing there, not moving, just staring at our camp. My instincts screamed at me to get back inside, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. It was tall and thin, blending into the trees but clearly human. The longer I stared, the more I felt a strange mix of fear and curiosity battling inside me. Then, without warning, it turned and vanished deeper into the woods. My commander finally noticed the disturbance. He moved cautiously, signaling for the rest of us to be quiet and alert. The air felt heavy with tension, like we were waiting for something terrible to happen. As dawn broke, we decided to pack up and leave. The fear from the night still lingered in our minds, but we couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching us closely, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. My commander's face looked serious as he led us back to the main trail. The forest felt different in the daylight, less frightening, but I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. I thought of the figure lurking in the shadows, wondering if it was still out there, following us. The woods held dark secrets, and even though we made it back without any major problems, I knew this experience would haunt my thoughts for a long time. We finally reached our vehicles, the weight of the night lifting as we stepped into the bright morning sun. But as I looked back at the thick trees, a shiver ran down my spine. Whatever had watched us was still out there, waiting, hidden among the shadows. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. I felt it deep in my bones that we had not seen the last of it. The forest, once a place of adventure, now felt like a trap, holding something that wanted to be found but didn't want to be seen. I knew I would never look at the woods the same way again. The thought of it watching, lurking just out of sight, would stay with me long after we left, like a cold grip around my heart. I had gone camping in a national park in the United States, far away from any town. I wanted to get away from everything, just me and my camping stuff. The spot I picked was pretty remote, quiet, and far from people. After setting up my tent and getting a fire going, I spent most of the day walking along the nearby paths, enjoying the peace. By the time evening came, I sat by the fire, watching the sky get darker. It was peaceful. I could hear the woods around me, the crackling of the fire, and small noises from animals moving around in the trees. Once I finished eating, I decided to get some sleep early. The quiet night made me think I'd sleep well. A couple of hours later, I woke up to the sound of tires rolling on the gravel road nearby. It was weird because no one should have been out here this late at night. I unzipped my tent just enough to look out. A police car was slowly pulling up, but its headlights were off. I felt a little better at first. Maybe they were just checking on campers, making sure everything was okay. But something didn't feel right. There was only one cop in the car, and he didn't get out. He just sat there, the car still running, staring at my tent through the windshield. I waved, thinking he would come over and talk or something, but he didn't move. There were no lights, no sirens, just the low hum of the car's engine. I started feeling uneasy. A minute or two passed, and the car inched closer to my tent, the front bumper now almost touching the edge of my campsite. He was so close, I could hear the crackle of his radio inside the car. But still, he didn't get out. I stayed in my tent, unsure of what to do. I thought maybe this was normal. Maybe I was just freaking out for no reason. But then, without warning, the car's engine shut off. Everything went silent. The only sound was my fire, which was now starting to die down. I couldn't see the cop clearly through the windshield anymore because it was so dark, but I knew he was staring at me. I sat there, not moving, waiting for him to do something, anything that made sense. But nothing happened. Minutes went by, and the silence felt heavier, like it was pressing down on me. Something wasn't right. My gut told me this wasn't a normal check. The cop still hadn't stepped out of the car. Suddenly, the car started again, its headlights flashing on and blinding me for a second. I squinted, trying to see what was going on. The car slowly backed up, just enough to pull away from my camp. For a moment, I thought maybe he was leaving, but instead of driving off, the cop parked just a little down the road, still in view, engine running again. I tried to calm down, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. I stayed in my tent, trying to figure out what to do. I didn't have any cell signal out here, and there was no way I was going to walk over to that car. The cop hadn't gotten out, and that silence coming from the car was creeping me out more by the minute. For the rest of the night, that car sat there. Every time I tried to sleep, I'd wake up, seeing the headlights shining faintly down the road, watching my camp. At some point, I must have dozed off because when I woke up at dawn, the car was gone. I didn't hear it leave, didn't hear the engine start up or anything. I packed up as fast as I could and got out of there. The whole thing didn't sit right with me. Later, I told a few people about it, and they asked if I got the license plate number or if I checked with the police station to see if there had been any patrols in that area. But I hadn't. I was too focused on leaving. I didn't want to think about it anymore. But the more I do, the more certain I am that cop wasn't out there for any good reason. Something about the way he just sat there, watching me the whole night, felt wrong. Like I wasn't just being checked on. I was being hunted. We were on a regular search mission deep in the woods. Just 4 of us, a small team, sent to check out some strange activity reported in a remote area. It was supposed to be simple: head in, look around for a few days, then return to base. The woods were rough. Thick trees, uneven ground, and no clear trails. We had to make our own way through most of it. With each passing hour, it felt like the trees were getting tighter around us, almost like they were closing in. Even during the day, hardly any sunlight made it through the branches. Everything was always dark and shadowy, but the nights were worse. The dark felt like it was wrapping around us, like it was heavier than usual. By the 3rd night, we set up camp in a small clearing. We built a fire, mostly to feel a little safer. The air felt weird, almost like it was weighing on us. Our radios, which had been working just fine, started messing up after sunset. Static filled them, and we couldn't hear anything clearly, but we didn't panic yet. We thought maybe it was just the thick woods messing with the signal. Once the camp was set up, I took the first watch. Sitting by the fire, I listened to the usual sounds: the wind rustling leaves, the snap of branches, maybe some animal moving in the distance. It was quiet, but something about it felt off, like the forest was too still. After spending days in the woods, though, you get used to the quiet. Hours went by, and that's when I noticed something strange. The forest wasn't just quiet anymore. It was completely silent. No wind, no animals, nothing, just dead stillness. I stood up, trying to shake the uneasy feeling creeping in. I did a slow walk around the camp, trying to calm myself. Then I heard it, a faint sound, like a steady, dull thumping. It wasn't loud, but it was there, coming from somewhere far away. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it through the ground, like something big was moving out there. I woke up one of the others for their watch and tried to push the sound out of my mind. I told myself it was probably just some animal or even my imagination. I crawled into my sleeping bag, trying to ignore the strange feeling crawling up my spine. The next morning, though, things got worse. About 50 feet from our camp, we found weird marks on the ground. They weren't normal animal tracks, and they didn't look like anything we'd ever seen before. Deep, heavy prints, much too big to be human. They were fresh, leading straight into the trees, in a direction we hadn't come from. We decided to follow them, thinking maybe it would explain what was going on out here. We tracked them for about an hour, but then, just like that, they stopped. No more tracks, no sign of anything around us. It was like whatever had made them had just disappeared into thin air. The next 2 nights were harder. Every night, that same thumping sound. Always far off, but always there. None of us talked about it, but we didn't have to. We all felt it, the pressure, the weight in the air growing heavier, the sense that something was watching us. By the 5th day, the mission should have been over, but our radios were completely dead. No signal, no contact with anyone. We were on our own. We decided to pack up and head back, but as we started, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It felt like the woods were watching us, like we weren't alone anymore. As we moved through the trees, the thumping sound got louder. It wasn't far off anymore. It was close, too close. But no matter where we looked, we couldn't see anything. The strange prints we had found earlier started showing up again, all around us, like something was circling us just beyond the tree line. We started moving faster, pushing through the trees as quickly as we could. Then, out of nowhere, one of the guys at the back just vanished. No sound, no struggle, just gone. We turned back, called out, searched the area, but there was nothing. Not a single trace of him. No footprints, no sign of where he went. That's when panic hit us. We were down to 3 now. The thumping grew faster, louder, like it was chasing us. By nightfall, we couldn't run anymore. We built a small fire, huddled close, and waited, knowing something was out there. When morning came, there were only 2 of us left. I don't even remember falling asleep, but when I woke up, the fire was nothing but cold ashes, and 1 more of us was gone. It was just me and the last guy sitting there, knowing deep down that we weren't getting out of here. Whatever had taken the others was coming for us next. We didn't say anything. We didn't need to. The thumping was all around us now, closing in from every direction. I knew it wasn't any person or animal out there. It was something else, something older. The air was thick and choking, like the trees themselves were alive, pushing us in tighter. In the end, I didn't see what got him. All I heard was a short scream, cut off as something grabbed him, and then I was alone. The thumping stopped after that. The silence came back, heavier than ever. I tried to move, but the woods felt like they were trapping me, pulling me in. I walked for hours, trying to find my way back, but it was like the trees had shifted. Every direction looked the same. As the sun started to set, I knew I wasn't going to make it out. I realized the others hadn't just disappeared. The forest had taken them, and now it wanted me too. There was no escape. This place wasn't letting anyone go. I took my son camping in the Austrian Alps. It seemed like a good way for us to spend time together, just the two of us, surrounded by nature. We packed everything we needed and drove to a spot I found online. It wasn't as busy as the regular campsites, a bit more out of the way, but still close enough to town. The mountains were beautiful, and the air was cool and fresh. We set up our tent in a small open area next to the trees. My son was excited, running around and checking out the place while I got the fire ready. Everything felt perfect. As the sun went down behind the mountains, the sky got dark fast. I kept an eye on my son to make sure he didn't wander off. After we ate, we went into the tent for the night. In the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. I didn't know what had woken me up, but I lay there, listening. The tent was quiet, and my son was asleep next to me. I tried to calm down, telling myself it was just the normal sounds of the forest. But then I heard something outside the tent. It was a faint noise at first, like something moving through the bushes close by. I sat up and listened harder. The sound got closer, like heavy steps on the ground. I grabbed my flashlight and slowly unzipped the tent, shining the light outside. At first, I didn't see anything, just trees and bushes moving a little in the wind. I swept the light around, trying to stay calm, telling myself it was probably just a deer. But then I saw something strange. The bushes near the clearing were flattened, like something big had walked through, making a path into the trees. Whatever had made that noise was heavy, too heavy for a deer. My stomach sank when I saw how fresh the trail looked. I turned off the flashlight and crouched, listening again. Then, deeper in the woods, I heard it again, branches breaking under something big. I knew I had to stay calm for my son. I zipped up the tent and laid back down, hoping it would go away. But something inside me felt wrong. I didn't sleep much after that, lying awake, listening to every noise outside. Nothing else happened the rest of the night, but that uneasy feeling stayed with me. The next morning, I went to check the area while my son stayed in the tent. I followed the trail into the trees for a little bit before stopping. The ground was torn up, like something heavy had been dragged through it. There were deep marks in the dirt, like something had struggled, but there was no sign of what had caused it. We packed up quickly after that. The excitement we felt when we got there was gone, replaced by a strange tension that neither of us could shake. As we drove back down the mountain, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something moving through the trees behind us. But nothing followed. I still think about that night sometimes, about what might have been out there. Whatever it was big and it came too close for comfort. I won't take my son camping in that part of the Alps again, or anywhere remote like that. You think you're safe, just you and nature, but there's something about the deep woods that feels wrong. Like there's something watching, waiting. And I've always wondered, whatever was out there that night, was it just passing through? Or did it stop because of us? Maybe it had been watching us the whole time. I had always wanted to camp in the Amazon. It felt like the kind of trip that you only get to do once in your life. The wild jungle, the untouched nature. You couldn't find a place like this anywhere else. So when I got the chance to go, I didn't even think twice. I packed light, knowing the thick forest would be hard to move through if I brought too much. I had my tent, a machete, some basic supplies, and a GPS. I wasn't too worried. I had gone camping plenty of times before, though never in a place like this. The first few hours went by fine. I set up my camp near a small stream. The water was clear, which I took as a good sign. I'd heard stories about how dangerous the Amazon could be, but none of that felt real at the moment. The trees were huge, their thick branches blocking most of the sunlight. The air was hot and heavy, and the sound of insects was everywhere. The jungle felt alive, but in a way that was almost calming. As the day went on, the sounds around me started to change. The bugs got quieter, replaced by distant noises from animals I couldn't name. I stayed alert, keeping my machete close. It was supposed to be just another night out in nature. I had my food, water, and a fire going, but something about the air felt off. It wasn't the usual fear I'd felt in other forests. This was deeper, heavier, like the jungle itself was watching me. When the sun finally set, the darkness took over the camp. My fire, which seemed so bright before, now looked small and weak. I sat next to it, listening. The jungle was never fully quiet, but something was missing. The usual buzz of insects had stopped completely. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. My skin tingled like there was someone or something nearby, just out of sight. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I'd hear something. A twig snapping, leaves rustling. It wasn't the wind. It sounded like something moving on purpose. Quietly, I grabbed my machete and stepped out of the tent, shining my flashlight into the trees. Nothing, just more darkness. But the feeling of being watched never went away. Hours passed, and I was exhausted, but I must have drifted off at some point. When I woke up, the fire was almost out. I sat up quickly, realizing how quiet it had become again. I looked at my watch, just past midnight. Something caught my eye at the edge of the camp, a quick movement in the trees. I held my breath, trying to see what it was. There was a shape out there, barely visible in the low light. I squinted, but it moved too fast, slipping between the thick trees. I stood up, holding the machete tighter. My heart was beating so hard, it felt louder than the jungle itself. I told myself it was probably just an animal, maybe a jaguar or some type of monkey, but something about it didn't sit right. This felt different. I didn't want to stay any longer, so I started packing up as fast as I could, leaving the tent behind. As I walked away, I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something following me, but nothing did. I kept walking, trying to follow the stream back to where I came from. The jungle was thick, and my flashlight didn't cut through much of it. The more I walked, the more I felt like I was going in circles. Then the sound came back, soft at first, like footsteps, not mine. I stopped walking and held my breath. The footsteps stopped too. I took a few more steps. Again, I heard the same sound behind me, matching my pace. This time, I turned fast, shining the light into the trees. The beam bounced off the leaves, showing nothing but more dense bushes and vines. I couldn't take it anymore. I started walking faster, almost running. The footsteps got louder, keeping up with me. My heart was racing, and I could feel sweat dripping down my back. I ran until my legs ached, but the sound stayed with me, never too close, but always there, just behind me. I don't know how long I ran, but I eventually stumbled into a small clearing. My GPS had died, and I had no idea where I was. The footsteps stopped the moment I entered the clearing, but the feeling of being watched didn't. I dropped to the ground, trying to catch my breath. The trees around me felt taller, like they were leaning in closer. I spent the rest of the night there, in that clearing, holding the machete, waiting for whatever it was to show up. But it never did. The footsteps stopped, the sounds faded, and the jungle went back to its normal noises. When morning came, the feeling had mostly faded, but I still felt on edge. I found my way back to the nearest village later that day, exhausted and shaken. I tried telling myself it was probably just an animal, something harmless. But deep down, I knew that whatever was out there wasn't just an animal. It was something more, something that didn't want me there. Even now, I can't stop thinking about it. I didn't see it, but I felt it. I know it was watching me, following me. I don't know what it was, but I have this sinking feeling that it knew exactly where I was at every moment. And somehow, I think it still does. I've never gone back to the Amazon after that. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the woods or even in my own home, I get that same feeling. Like something's just outside my sight, waiting for me to let my guard down. I agreed to help my neighbor, Rick, keep watch over his campsite for the weekend. He had some expensive gear, and after hearing about a few thefts nearby, he didn't want to take any risks. It sounded like an easy job, just stay the night, keep an eye on things, and make sure nothing got stolen. It was only for a couple of nights, and the money was good enough for me to say yes. We drove out to a spot in the woods about an hour from where we lived. Rick had everything set up by the time we got there. It looked pretty nice, to be honest, a small fire pit, a tent big enough for both of us, and some stuff lying around that I was supposed to keep an eye on. My job was simple. Stay up, walk around now and then, and make sure no one got too close. The first night went fine. It was quiet, almost too quiet, but nothing strange happened. I walked around the campsite a few times, using my flashlight to check the dark, but I didn't see anything weird. It was pretty boring, and I started to think this was going to be an easy gig. The second night, though, felt different. As the sun went down, the woods got quieter. The usual sounds of birds and bugs were gone. It was strange, but I shrugged it off, telling myself I was probably just imagining things. I walked around the campsite again, feeling the cool air against my skin, the fire crackling behind me. Around midnight, I saw something strange. Out of the corner of my eye, just beyond the light from the fire, I saw movement. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or something. But when I looked closer, I saw it was a person. They were crouched down, hiding in the bushes. My heart started pounding in my chest. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it at them, but by the time the light hit the spot, they were gone. I just stood there for a moment, frozen, trying to listen. But there was nothing, just the sound of the wind moving through the trees. I told myself it was probably nothing, maybe a trick of the light or just my tired mind playing games. But something about it didn't sit right. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching me. I started walking around again, more carefully this time, scanning the trees and bushes. Everything looked normal, but I couldn't relax. An hour went by, then another. I was starting to get tired. My eyes felt heavy, but I made myself stay awake. Just when I thought it was all in my head, I heard it, a branch snapping somewhere nearby. I spun around, shining my flashlight in the direction of the sound. This time I saw him, a man, standing just outside the light from the fire, staring at me. He wasn't moving, just standing there, watching me. My heart was racing, and I felt a cold sweat run down my back. I kept the flashlight on him, waiting for him to do something, to move, but he didn't. He just stood there, quiet, like he was waiting for me to make the first move. I felt stuck, not sure what to do. My mind was racing, trying to figure out if I should run, or maybe confront him. But before I could decide, he stepped back into the dark, fading out of sight like he had never been there at all. I stayed up for the rest of the night, heart pounding, waiting for him to come back. But he didn't. The woods stayed quiet, and nothing else happened. When the first light of morning came through the trees, I packed up my stuff and left without a second thought. I never told Rick about what I saw. There was no way to explain it without sounding crazy. But now, every time I pass those woods, I get this feeling like someone is still out there, watching. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I swear I see a figure in the distance, just standing there, waiting. I don't know if it's him or something else, but it never feels like I'm alone anymore, and I'm not sure I ever will be again. It was late September when I decided to go camping in an old forest known for its huge, ancient trees and thick bushes. I had read stories about the area, and while some were creepy, I thought a solo trip would be a good way to relax and enjoy nature. I parked my truck at the edge of the forest, grabbed my gear, and headed down a well-used trail. The air was fresh, and the smell of wet earth filled my lungs. As I walked deeper into the woods, the sunlight began to fade, casting long shadows between the trees. I set up my tent in a small open area, surrounded by tall pines that swayed gently in the breeze. When night fell, I lit a fire and cooked a simple meal. The crackling flames were comforting, but as the darkness grew, I felt a strange stillness settle over the forest. No animals stirred, and the usual sounds of rustling leaves or chirping crickets were strangely absent. I brushed it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. After dinner, I sat by the fire, staring into the flames, when I suddenly heard a faint rustling from the bushes behind me. My heart raced, and I turned to look but saw nothing. The noise stopped, and I told myself it was probably just a deer or some other animal. Still, I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I tried to shake off the feeling of being watched and crawled into my tent, zipping it up tight. As I lay there, the rustling returned, but this time it was closer. I held my breath, straining to listen. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching on the leaves. My heart pounded in my chest, and I reached for my flashlight, trying to steady my shaking hands. I shone the light towards the noise, but there was nothing there, just darkness and the shapes of the trees looming against the night sky. I convinced myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but deep down, I felt an unmistakable sense of fear. The footsteps continued, now circling my tent. I could feel the tension in the air, heavy and suffocating. I needed to get out of there. I waited for the footsteps to pass, then unzipped the tent quietly, gripping my flashlight tightly. I was ready to run if I had to. As I stepped outside, the moonlight lit up the clearing, casting an unsettling glow. The forest was silent, but I noticed something strange. Footprints in the dirt led away from my campsite, disappearing into the trees. They were too big to be from any animal I knew of. Panic set in. I felt a strong need to leave. I quickly gathered my things and slipped back onto the trail, trying to keep calm. I walked fast, adrenaline fueling my steps, the rustling behind me gone, but the feeling of being chased still hung in the air. The night felt colder, and shadows danced around me as I moved deeper into the forest. Every step seemed to echo in the silence, and my breath came in quick gasps. The shadows seemed to stretch and twist, as if they were alive, watching me. The thought of turning back crossed my mind, but I pushed it away. I had to keep moving. Finally, after what felt like hours of walking, I reached my truck. I fumbled with the keys, desperate to get inside and drive away. My hands were shaking as I slammed the door shut, trying to block out the feeling of being watched. I started the engine and peeled out of the forest, the quiet of the woods replaced by the roar of my tires on the gravel road. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The forest looked peaceful, but I knew better. The feeling of being watched lingered long after I was home. I couldn't shake the thought that something had followed me. I parked my truck in the driveway and hurried inside, locking the door behind me. As I sat on the couch, trying to calm down, I couldn't shake the image of the footprints. They were too large, too unnatural. I felt uneasy, like I had crossed into a place I wasn't meant to be. The shadows in my living room seemed to stretch further than usual, and every creak of the house made my heart race. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening for any noise that might break the silence. Every rustle of the wind made me jump, and I kept imagining the dark forest and those strange footprints. The feeling of eyes watching me never left. I wanted to believe it was just my mind playing tricks, but deep down, I knew something had been there, lurking just beyond the light of my campfire. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the unease. I avoided the woods and spent more time in town. But every night, as darkness fell, I felt that same cold chill creeping in. I began to have nightmares, vivid dreams of the forest and a pair of eyes glowing in the dark, always just out of sight, watching me, waiting. It became clear to me that some places hold their secrets close, and some shadows in the night are not just tricks of the light. I would never return to that forest. Some trails should stay unexplored, and some mysteries are better left unsolved. As I finally settled in for the night, I glanced at my window, half expecting to see those glowing eyes staring back. The thought sent chills down my spine, and I knew the fear would stay with me, a constant reminder that the woods hold more than just trees and dirt. Sometimes they hold things that should not be disturbed. During my second year at university, a few friends and I decided to take a weekend camping trip to a secluded spot in the woods. We were excited, ready to escape the stress of exams and enjoy some time outdoors. We packed our gear, loaded the car, and hit the road, laughing and singing along to our favorite songs. When we arrived at the campsite, it was stunning, with tall trees and a clear lake. We set up our tents and started a fire to cook dinner. As the sun went down, the woods turned into a dark maze of shadows. The sound of the crackling fire was comforting, but the quiet of the forest began to feel heavier as night settled in. After dinner, we roasted marshmallows and shared stories around the fire. As it got late, we all decided to call it a night. I crawled into my tent, feeling tired but content. The night sounds surrounded me. Leaves rustling, distant animal calls, and the soft sound of water lapping against the shore. I fell asleep quickly, comforted by the peacefulness. Suddenly, I was jolted awake by a loud noise outside my tent. It sounded like something crashing through the bushes. My heart raced as I lay still, trying to convince myself it was just a deer or another animal. But the noise came again, closer this time, followed by fast footsteps that seemed to circle my tent. Panic took hold. I lay frozen, straining to hear over my pounding heart. The footsteps stopped, and I could hear heavy breathing. I held my breath, too scared to make a sound. I thought about my friends and whether they could hear it too. Minutes felt like hours as I waited in the dark. Finally, the footsteps moved away from my tent. I waited a moment, then unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The fire had died down to embers, and everything was shrouded in darkness. I could barely see, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. I took a deep breath, telling myself I was being silly. Maybe it was just an animal. I crawled back into my sleeping bag, trying to shake off my fears, but sleep wouldn't come. I lay there, listening to the night sounds, waiting for dawn, feeling more and more uneasy. The next morning, I shared what had happened with my friends. They laughed it off, thinking I just had a bad dream. But deep down, I knew something was off. As we started to pack up, I noticed deep footprints leading away from our campsite towards the tree line. They looked way too big to be from any animal I knew. Curiosity got the best of me, and I followed the tracks a short way into the woods. They led to an area where the underbrush was crushed, as if something heavy had pushed through. A chill ran down my spine as I realized we weren't alone out there. I quickly returned to the campsite, heart pounding, and told my friends what I'd found. They finally looked worried, and we rushed to finish packing, adrenaline pumping through our veins. As we drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The woods looked peaceful, but I knew they hid something sinister. I felt a mix of relief and dread as we left the campsite behind. That trip was supposed to be a break from our busy lives, but it ended up with a chilling reminder. Not all places are safe, and some things in the dark woods are better left alone. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching us, waiting for the right moment to strike. I shivered, knowing that we had entered the woods looking for adventure, but we had found something far more frightening. I decided to go camping with my neighbor Bill, who used to be a police officer. He'd been in the police for over 30 years, and since he retired, he spent most of his time outside. I trusted him, figured he'd be the safest person to go camping with. So when he asked me to join him on this trip, I didn't think twice. We drove for a few hours to a spot Bill liked, way out in the woods. It was the kind of place where there was no one else around, just trees and quiet. We set up camp by a small river. The sound of the water rushing by made everything feel peaceful. That first day was perfect. We caught some fish, looked around the area a little, and by the time the sun went down, we had a fire going. Bill told stories about when he was a cop, but the more he talked, the more I noticed he had this serious side. He talked about how much he liked being away from everything, how it gave him a kind of peace he didn't get much of when he was working. The next morning, Bill wanted to hike deeper into the woods. I followed him. We went farther than I would have gone alone, but I trusted him, so I didn't worry too much. After a couple of hours, we came across this old path, almost hidden by plants and bushes. It didn't look like anyone had walked it in years. Bill glanced at me, and without saying a word, we both knew we were going to check it out. As we walked down the path, I started to feel uneasy. The trees seemed closer, the air felt heavier, and it was strangely quiet. Not even the birds were making noise. Bill didn't say much either. He just kept walking ahead, like he knew where he was going. But I had no idea where we were, and it was clear we were a long way from camp. After a while, we found something weird. Behind some thick bushes, there was this old cabin. It looked abandoned, like no one had been there for a very long time. The wood was falling apart, and the windows were broken. Bill walked right up to the door and pushed it open. It made this loud creak, and the sound went right through me. Inside, it looked like someone had stayed there once, but not recently. There were old food cans, a torn-up sleeping bag, and a few bits of trash on the floor. The whole place had this strange, unsettling feeling, like we weren't supposed to be there. Bill checked out the cabin, his eyes sharp, like he was back in cop mode. He was looking at everything, trying to figure out what was going on. After a few minutes, he stepped outside and looked around the woods, then back at me. He didn't have to say it. We both knew something was off, but he wasn't ready to leave yet. Just then, we heard a noise in the bushes nearby. My heart started pounding, but Bill didn't even blink. He motioned for us to quietly move away from the cabin. We didn't run, but we walked fast, keeping close together. The farther we got from the cabin, the more I felt like we were being watched. The forest didn't feel empty anymore. It felt like something was out there, something that knew we were here. When we finally got back to our campsite, the sun was setting. The fire we had left burning was out, and everything felt too quiet, like the whole area had changed while we were gone. Bill was quieter than usual. He walked around our camp, checking everything to make sure nothing had been touched. I was on edge, feeling like we had crossed some invisible line, and now something was watching us. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every little sound made me jump, and I kept thinking about that cabin and whatever might have been out there. Bill stayed awake, sitting by the fire with a flashlight, keeping an eye on the darkness around us. I could tell he felt it too. Something was wrong here. The next morning, without a word, Bill packed up his stuff and I did the same. We left earlier than planned, cutting the trip short. As we drove away, the tension started to lift, but I couldn't shake this feeling that we had barely escaped something. Bill didn't say much, but I knew he felt it too. I asked myself if I would have been this scared if I had gone alone. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just my fear. Bill, the guy who had seen it all, was shaken too. That's when it hit me. Not everything out in the woods can be understood or explained. Some things are just out there watching, waiting, and sometimes they don't want to be found. As we drove away, I kept thinking about the way Bill had scanned the woods before we left, how he didn't even want to talk about it afterward. We didn't just find an old cabin that day. We found something worse, something that still knew we were there, and I'm sure of it now, it followed us. It was supposed to be an easy camping trip. Just me, my business partner, his brother, and his brother's wife. We had all agreed on a quiet spot deep in the woods, far from the usual campsites. At first, it seemed perfect. No people, just the sound of the wind and leaves. We set up our tents, got the fire going, and sat down to relax. We were looking forward to a calm weekend, getting away from work. The first night was fine, but the next morning, things started to feel strange. I woke up early, the sun barely shining through the trees. My partner's brother was already awake, just staring out into the woods. He didn't move, didn't talk, just stood there like he was watching something far away that I couldn't see. His wife was still in their tent. She said she wasn't feeling well, and I figured it was just the stress of being out here in the middle of nowhere. By the afternoon, things got worse. The brother wasn't talking much, and his wife barely left the tent. My partner and I decided to go for a walk to shake off the uneasy feeling, but even the woods felt different. The trees seemed closer, the shadows darker. Every now and then, I thought I saw something moving between the trees, but I kept telling myself it was just my imagination. When we got back to the campsite, the brother was pacing around, staring out at the trees again. He wouldn't eat, just kept moving back and forth, his eyes always looking into the woods like he was waiting for something. His wife stayed in the tent, not making a sound. It was like the air around us had changed, heavy with something I couldn't explain. My partner and I kept giving each other looks, like we both knew something was wrong, but neither of us wanted to say it. Later that night, I heard something. It was quiet at first, like a soft whisper on the wind, but it got louder. It wasn't clear what it was or where it was coming from, but it seemed to come from deep in the woods. My partner and I stayed by the fire, trying to act like nothing was happening, but I could tell we were both on edge. The brother stood up again, staring out into the trees, completely still. Around midnight, the brother's wife finally came out of the tent. She looked sick, her skin pale and her movements slow, like she hadn't slept in days. Without a word, she walked right past us and headed toward the trees. My partner and I watched her go, too shocked to move. She didn't stop, didn't turn around, just kept walking deeper into the woods until we couldn't see her anymore. The brother followed her soon after. He didn't say a word, didn't run, just walked in the same direction, disappearing into the darkness. My partner and I sat there by the fire, waiting for them to come back. But the hours passed and they never did. We stayed up all night, barely speaking, listening for any sound, any sign that they were coming back. By morning, it was clear they were gone. Their tent was still there, their gear untouched, but they had vanished. There were no footprints, no sign of where they had gone. It was like the forest had swallowed them whole. We packed up in silence, neither of us saying what we were both thinking. We left everything they owned behind, not wanting to stay in that place any longer than we had to. The walk back felt like it took forever. Every step I took, I felt like someone or something was watching us from just beyond the trees, hidden in the shadows. We never found out what happened to them. No one did. And the strangest part is, the longer I stayed out of those woods, the more I felt like we had been lucky. Whatever took them could have taken us too. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind is just right, I hear that same whisper, faint and far away. It's as if the woods aren't done with me yet, and something is still waiting for me to come back. I worked as a border sergeant for years, and after a while, you get used to the weird stuff that comes with the job. Long patrols in empty areas, chasing people or things that shouldn't be there, and sometimes sleeping out in the middle of nowhere. But there's one night I can't seem to forget, no matter how much time has passed. One weekend, I decided to go camping near the border. It wasn't for work, just a chance to get some peace and quiet. The area was rough, with dry riverbeds, big rocks, and scattered bushes. It wasn't a place people normally went. I found a spot near some rocks, parked my truck, and set up camp. No one was around. I didn't expect to see anyone this far out. As the sun went down, the sky turned from bright orange to deep purple and then finally black. I started a small fire and sat beside it, watching the flames and listening to the quiet of the desert. A few coyotes howled in the distance, but that's normal out here. It was peaceful, the kind of quiet that felt calming after long days of work. Around midnight, I heard something strange. It was soft at first, almost like the wind, but not quite. It was a low humming noise, steady and unnatural. I tried to ignore it, thinking it was just my mind playing tricks on me after a long day, but it didn't stop. In fact, it got louder. It wasn't a machine or a truck, and it wasn't the wind either. Something about it felt off, like it didn't belong in the middle of the desert. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it around, first where I was sitting, then over by the rocks where I parked my truck. I didn't see anything. The humming grew louder, like it was coming from everywhere at once. The hair on my arms stood up, and I felt a chill run down my back. That feeling you get when you know something isn't right. I walked further away from the fire, scanning the area with my flashlight, looking for whatever might be making that sound. And then I saw it, movement in the distance. Across the dry riverbed, there was something. It wasn't an animal, and it wasn't another camper. It was a figure, tall and thin, moving slowly, like it had a purpose. I could barely make out its shape in the dark, but it wasn't moving like any person I'd ever seen. I crouched down, keeping low, and watched. My hand hovered over my gun, but I didn't take it out yet. I wanted to be sure of what I was seeing. The figure moved behind a ridge and disappeared from sight. As soon as it was gone, the humming stopped. Everything was quiet again, almost too quiet. I stayed still, listening, waiting, trying to convince myself that it was just a shadow or maybe my eyes playing tricks in the dark. Then I felt it, a faint rumble under my feet, like something moving deep underground. It wasn't strong, but it was there, like the earth was shifting. My heart started racing. Whatever was happening, it wasn't normal. I've spent years out here, and I know the desert pretty well. This wasn't something I'd ever come across before. I hurried back to my camp. The humming started again, faint but constant. I didn't want to stay any longer. I threw my gear into the truck, stomped out the fire, and got out of there as fast as I could. As I drove down the empty road, I could still hear the sound, following me, staying close behind, like it was keeping pace with my truck. After a few miles, the noise stopped just like that, as if it had never been there at all. The next morning, I went back to my usual routine at the station, but I couldn't shake what had happened. Something about that night kept replaying in my mind. I told myself it might have been something underground, maybe some kind of tunnel system or old pipeline. Maybe it had something to do with the border crossings, but I wasn't sure. Whatever it was, I never went back to check. I didn't want to know what I might find out there. It's been years since that night, but even now, when I'm out in the desert, I sometimes stop and listen. I haven't heard the hum again, but I know it's still out there, waiting. I don't think it was ever meant to be found. And every once in a while, when I'm alone in those empty stretches of land, I can feel something beneath the ground, just out of reach, like it's still moving, waiting for the right moment to come back. I've always liked camping alone, especially in spots where I knew no one else would be for miles. The quiet of the woods has a way of clearing my head. So when I found a small, hidden place deep in the forest, far away from any trails, I knew it was perfect. I set up my tent at the edge of a little clearing where I could see the stars at night. The trees around me were tall and thick, blocking out most of the sunlight during the day. Only a few beams of light got through. At first, it felt calm. But as the sun started setting, I got this weird feeling in my stomach. Not fear exactly, but like something wasn't quite right. When the sky turned completely dark, the forest went dead quiet. Usually, you can hear the sound of leaves rustling, insects buzzing, or the crack of a branch breaking. But there was none of that, just silence. It felt like the whole forest had stopped, like it was waiting for something. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just overthinking things. I grabbed my flashlight and decided to walk around the camp, thinking it might help me relax. As I walked, I started noticing something strange. The trees looked different, like they had moved. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but the deeper I went, the more I felt like the forest had changed. The clearing I set up in felt further away, like I was being pulled deeper into the woods without realizing it. I turned around, ready to head back to camp, but my flashlight flickered and went out. I smacked it a few times, hoping it would come back on, but it stayed dead. The dark swallowed everything around me. I knew I was close to camp, but without the light, I couldn't tell which way to go. Every tree I thought I recognized ended up being something else entirely. Then I saw it. At first, it was just a shadow, something big moving between the trees. I couldn't tell what it was, but it was tall, way taller than any person. It didn't make a sound as it moved, just slipped through the trees like it belonged there. I stood still, hoping it would keep going and not see me, but it didn't. It stopped, turning in my direction, and I could make out its shape. It looked like a man, but its arms were too long, hanging down near the ground, and its head was tilted at a strange angle, like it was studying me from a distance. I started to back up slowly, trying not to make any noise. My heart was pounding so hard in my chest that I was sure it could hear it. Every instinct told me to run, but I knew if I did, it would chase me. So, I kept moving slowly, step by step, trying to find my way back to camp. I couldn't see it anymore, but I could feel it watching me, following me. Stayed hidden in the shadows, but I knew it was there. After what felt like forever, I finally stumbled back into the clearing. My tent was still there, untouched, but the fire had gone out. I didn't even try to start it again. I grabbed my bag, shoved everything I could into it, and ran. I didn't care where I was going as long as it was far from that spot. I ran through the trees, branches snapping under my feet, and I didn't care about the noise anymore. My legs were on fire, and my lungs felt like they were going to give out, but I kept going. It felt like the forest was closing in on me. No end in sight, but I had to keep running. That thing was still out there. I could feel it behind me, moving closer. Finally, I burst through the tree line and onto an old logging road. I followed it until I saw my car. I jumped in, slammed the doors shut, and drove as fast as I could, not daring to look back. It's been a few days since then, and I haven't been able to shake the feeling that something followed me out of those woods. Even at home, where I should feel safe, I get this creeping feeling that I'm not alone. I'll catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, just outside my window, but when I turn to look, there's nothing there. But last night, as I lay in bed, I swear I heard something outside my door. Something scratching, faint but steady. I didn't dare get up to check. I'm not sure I'll ever feel safe again. I had planned a quiet weekend away from everything, so I headed to the mountains deep in the forests of Australia. I wanted a break from the city, from the noise, just me and nature. It started raining on and off as I drove, but I didn't mind. I liked the sound of rain hitting the roof of the car. I thought it would stop by the time I got to the campsite, but I was wrong. When I pulled into the clearing, the rain got heavier, drowning out all other sounds around me. The trees seemed to close in under the thick, gray sky. I hurried to set up my tent as it kept drizzling, trying to get everything inside before the rain picked up more. The sun was fading fast, and the clouds hung low, making it darker than it should have been. The air smelled fresh, but something didn't feel right. It was too quiet. Even with the rain, there were no birds, no animals, nothing. Just the sound of raindrops on the leaves and the ground, and my own footsteps as I moved around. By the time night came, the rain wasn't letting up. It poured down in waves, making the world outside my tent feel far away. I sat inside with a book, listening to the rain, but that strange feeling from earlier still lingered. Couldn't shake it. Something felt off, like I shouldn't be there. But I told myself it was just because I was alone, in the middle of nowhere. I tried to relax, telling myself I'd feel better after some sleep. But sleep didn't come easy. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. At first, I thought it was just the rain that woke me. But as I lay there in my sleeping bag, I realized it wasn't that. The rain was still falling, but there was another sound mixed in. Something heavier. A faint, dull thudding sound, repeating slowly. It sounded like footsteps. I listened closely, my heartbeat quickening. I tried to tell myself it was probably just an animal, maybe a kangaroo hopping around in the trees. But the steps were too slow, too steady, too human, and they were getting closer. I sat up, trying to listen even harder. The steps stopped, and there was only the rain again. My heart raced, and I sat there waiting, but the sound didn't come back. I exhaled slowly, thinking maybe I was overreacting, but that uneasy feeling only grew. A little while later, I heard it again, this time much closer. Thud, thud, slow, heavy, and way too close. I froze, barely breathing. It sounded like someone was walking right outside my tent. The rain tapped lightly on the fabric of the tent, but I could clearly hear those footsteps now. My pulse pounded in my throat, and I stayed completely still, my mind racing. Who could possibly be out here? And why would they be walking around my camp in the middle of the night during a storm? I waited, scared out of my mind, expecting to hear the zipper of my tent open any second. But nothing happened. The footsteps started moving again, slowly circling around the tent. I felt trapped. I didn't know whether to make a noise, to scare them away, or to stay as quiet as possible. But I couldn't move, frozen in place. The rain was the only sound again, steady and constant. Minutes passed, maybe even hours. Couldn't tell. The footsteps didn't come back, but the feeling that something was wrong stayed with me. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just lay there, listening to the rain, waiting for something to happen. When morning finally came, the rain had stopped. Everything was wet and quiet. I unzipped the tent slowly, stepping out into the clearing. The ground was soaked, muddy, with wet leaves scattered everywhere. But what I noticed first were the tracks. Huge, deep footprints in the mud, circling my tent. They were way too big for any animal I knew of, and they followed a perfect path around my campsite. My heart sank. I looked around, feeling exposed in the daylight, like I was being watched. That's when I saw it. About 20 meters away, between two trees, there was a small open space that I hadn't noticed before. In the middle of it was a pile of rocks. Big, smooth stones stacked neatly on top of each other, like some kind of marker. I hadn't seen it when I arrived, and there's no way I could have missed it. Someone had been here, or maybe they still were. I didn't waste any time. I packed up fast, throwing everything into the car without folding anything neatly. I just wanted to get out. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that those footsteps weren't my imagination. Those stones, that pile, someone put them there for a reason. Maybe they wanted me to see it. Maybe they were waiting for me to make a mistake. As I left the mountain behind, a thought hit me, chilling me to the bone. Whoever or whatever was out there didn't make any noise when they left. The footsteps stopped, but they never walked away. They had been waiting, watching, moving around me all night, and I never knew how close they got. I never went back, and every time it rains, that feeling comes rushing back, like I'm still being watched, like I'm never truly alone. The sun was low in the sky when I pulled up to the campsite, the car shaking as I parked on the rough gravel. My ex-wife, Sarah, had suggested this trip, hoping it might heal some old wounds and give our kids a chance to reconnect with me. I took a deep breath, trying to push away the uneasy feeling that had settled in my stomach since we started planning this trip. As I unloaded the car, my two kids, Lucy and Max, jumped out of the back seat, their laughter ringing through the trees. The campsite was surrounded by thick woods, the trees standing tall like quiet watchers. It was a beautiful sight, but I couldn't shake the heavy feeling the dark forest gave me. After we set up the tent, we gathered around the fire pit, the warmth of the flames crackling and popping. I watched the kids roast marshmallows, their faces glowing with happiness. For a moment, everything felt perfect, but as the sun disappeared behind the horizon, a strange silence fell over us. When the kids went to bed, Sarah and I sat outside by the dying fire, the darkness swallowing up the light. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. I heard rustling in the trees, a sound that sent a chill through me. I told myself it was just a deer or maybe a raccoon, but deep down, I knew something was off. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly, the tent feeling too hot and cramped. That's when I heard it. A faint but clear sound coming from outside, footsteps crunching on the leaves. My heart raced as I unzipped the tent quietly, trying not to wake the kids. The moon shone softly, lighting up the campsite, but the shadows seemed to move in strange ways. I stepped outside, squinting into the dark. My breath caught when I saw a figure standing just beyond the fire pit, partly hidden by the trees. The person looked like they were watching us. I wanted to shout, to wake Sarah and the kids, but no words came out. I moved slowly, trying to see better, but as I got closer, the figure vanished into the woods. Panic gripped me, and my mind raced. I rushed back to the tent, shaking Sarah awake, my voice filled with urgency. I couldn't find the words, so I just pointed toward the trees, my instincts screaming that we had to get out of there. We packed quickly, the kids still half asleep and confused. As we drove away, I looked back at the campsite, and a wave of cold fear washed over me. I felt like someone or something was still watching us from the edge of the woods. The tension hung thick in the air as we pulled onto the main road, the headlights cutting through the dark trees. I made a silent promise to never return. The trip had started with a bit of hope, but it ended with a terrifying realization. Sometimes, the past hides in the dark, and the woods hold secrets that are better left untouched. But as we drove further away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us. I glanced at the rearview mirror, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw a figure standing by the road, watching us leave. A chill ran down my spine, and I realized that some things don't stay behind when you leave. They linger, waiting for the right moment to catch up. The forest wasn't just a collection of trees. It was a place that could hold onto your fears and bring them to life when you least expected it. I knew that whatever was out there was not done with us yet. I've always loved camping. As a firefighter, I felt at home in nature. One summer, I decided to take a solo trip to a remote spot deep in the woods, far away from the city noise. It was a quiet place, perfect for escaping everything. I packed my gear and drove out to the campsite, ready for a peaceful weekend. The first day went just as I hoped. I set up my tent next to a small lake, surrounded by tall trees. I spent the afternoon hiking, enjoying the fresh air and the sounds of the outdoors. As night fell, I built a campfire, feeling its warmth and the comforting light against the dark. I roasted some marshmallows and listened to the crackling fire, feeling content and relaxed. The second day started with more hiking, but as I walked deeper into the woods, I noticed something strange. The forest was oddly quiet. I was used to the sounds of birds and leaves rustling, but now it felt like the woods were holding their breath. I shook off the uneasy feeling, thinking it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. As night approached, I returned to my campsite, but something didn't feel right. I could hear soft rustling in the bushes nearby. My firefighter instincts kicked in. I grabbed my flashlight and looked around, but at first, I didn't see anything. I sat by the fire, trying to calm my nerves, but the feeling of being watched hung in the air. When I finally crawled into my tent, the rustling outside grew louder, and my heart started to race. I could hear branches snapping, as if something or someone was moving close by. I was all alone, and the silence felt heavy. I tried to tell myself it was just animals, but deep down, I felt that this was different. Then I heard it. A low growl echoed through the trees, deep and threatening. It sent chills down my spine. I held my breath, hoping it would just go away. I grabbed my pocket knife, the only thing I had for protection, and tried to stay quiet, listening carefully. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by heavy footsteps that made my stomach drop. Panic shot through me. I slowly unzipped my tent just enough to peek outside. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but shadows. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of something large moving between the trees. My instincts kicked in, telling me I had to leave. I hurriedly grabbed my gear, packing as quietly as I could. The footsteps grew louder, and the growl became more urgent. I stepped out of the tent, clutching my knife and flashlight, and dashed toward my car. I sprinted through the trees, my heart pounding, trying to ignore the sounds behind me. When I finally reached my truck, my hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, desperate to get inside. I could hear the growling now, unmistakably close. I jumped into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and turned the engine over. As the headlights flickered to life, I caught a glimpse of it. A huge, dark shape standing among the trees, watching me with eyes that seemed to glow in the night. I hit the gas and tore out of the campsite, my heart racing as I drove away. The growl faded into the background, replaced by the sound of my heavy breathing and the pounding of my heart. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, relief washing over me. The woods looked beautiful during the day, but at night, they hid something I couldn't explain. That trip taught me a harsh lesson. Sometimes nature gives warnings for a reason. Not everything in the woods is friendly, and being alone can quickly turn into fear. I never went back to that campsite. The memory of that growl still haunts me, a chilling reminder of what lurks in the dark, waiting for the next camper who thinks they're safe. I learned that night that the quietest places can hide the most terrifying secrets, and sometimes, the things that hunt in the shadows are very real. I decided to take my uncle and his son camping for the weekend. Nothing special, just a small spot near a lake about 2 hours from the city. I figured it'd be nice to get away for a bit, do something different. The drive was quiet, just long stretches of road and trees on both sides. When we got to the campsite, it looked great. We put up our tent, got a fire going, and settled into the feeling of being outside. The first night went by without any problems. The stars were out, and the only sounds were the wind moving through the trees and the water hitting the shore of the lake. It was the kind of quiet that you don't find often. My uncle's son was excited, especially about fishing the next morning. The next day was calm. We spent most of it by the water, fishing and cooking up what we caught. It was nice, but something felt a bit off to me. I couldn't figure out why, but I had this feeling like something wasn't right. I didn't want to say anything, so I tried to shake it off, thinking maybe it was just from being out in the woods. By the time the sun started setting, we were getting ready for the night. It was way quieter than the night before, which was weird. Usually, the forest is full of noises at night, but this time, it felt too still. The fire popped and cracked, but other than that, there wasn't much sound. The silence felt thick, like something was hanging in the air. I tried not to think about it and just focused on the warmth from the fire. After a while, we went into the tent to sleep. The moonlight was shining through the thin walls of the tent, but I didn't really pay attention. I was tired and fell asleep fast. At some point in the night, I woke up. At first, I didn't know why I woke up. It was that feeling you get when you just know something's off. I lay still, listening carefully. My uncle and his son were both asleep, breathing softly. Everything seemed normal, so I tried to go back to sleep. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, steady footsteps outside the tent. My heart started racing. I thought it might have been an animal, but the way the steps sounded, it wasn't. They were too careful, too slow. Whoever was out there was walking on purpose, not like some deer stumbling through the woods. I stayed completely still, listening as the steps came closer. The footsteps stopped right outside the tent. I held my breath, listening to the dirt shift under someone's feet. They didn't move for what felt like forever. It was like they were just standing there, waiting. I didn't dare look at the tent walls, afraid I'd see a shadow or something worse. Then, after what felt like hours, the footsteps started again, moving away from the tent. I waited until I couldn't hear them anymore before I even took a breath. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, listening for any sound, but the footsteps didn't come back. When morning finally came, I stepped outside the tent, trying to see if I just imagined everything. But I didn't. There were fresh footprints all around our tent, clear as day. They circled around our camp and then disappeared into the trees. I didn't want to scare my uncle and his son, so I didn't say anything, but I knew we needed to leave. We packed up fast, and by mid-morning we were driving back home. On the drive back, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching us the whole time. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing on the side of the road, but there was nothing. To this day, I still think about that night. Whoever it was, they didn't take anything, didn't try to hurt us, but they were there watching us. I don't know what they wanted, but the thought that someone was that close, just standing there in the dark, makes my skin crawl. It's the kind of thing that sticks with you, knowing they were so close and we never even saw them. And I can't help but wonder if they're still out there, waiting for the next person to fall asleep. I signed up to help with a search in the national forest. A man had gone missing, and word was he was running from the cops after doing something really bad. The police were searching the area but needed more people to cover the woods. and I thought I'd lend a hand. They split us into small groups and sent us to different parts of the forest to make sure we didn't miss anything. Each group was given an area to search, and if we didn't finish before dark, we had to camp for the night. My group had a couple of people who were used to hiking, plus a cop who stayed with us to make sure we stayed on track. I had camped before, but this was different. Knowing there was a criminal somewhere in the woods made it hard to stay calm. The first day dragged on without much happening. We walked through the trees, looking for any sign of the guy, but the forest was thick, and it felt like we weren't getting anywhere. As the sun started going down, we still hadn't found a single clue. The cop called in to report where we were and said we'd have to camp for the night. We found a small open spot near a creek and set up our tents. The cop started a fire, but no one was really relaxed. We all knew the man could be somewhere nearby. He was dangerous and desperate. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching us, maybe closer than we thought. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time the leaves rustled or I heard a branch snap, I tensed up. I lay there in my tent, staring up, just waiting for something to happen, ready to jump up at the smallest noise. Around midnight, I heard something outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then the sound got heavier, like someone was slowly moving around. I grabbed my flashlight and carefully unzipped the tent. Outside, it was dark, and I couldn't see much except the shadows of the trees under the faint moonlight. That's when I saw a shape standing at the edge of our camp, barely visible in the dark. I quickly turned off the flashlight and stayed still, hoping they hadn't seen me. The figure didn't move. It stood there, not making a sound, like it was waiting. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I didn't move a muscle. After what felt like forever, the figure turned and slowly disappeared into the woods. I sat there, frozen, trying to understand what I had just seen. It wasn't one of us. No one would be walking around like that in the middle of the night. I thought about waking the others, but decided to wait until morning. I didn't want to make things worse. The first light, I told the cop what I saw. He called it in right away. Within an hour, more search teams came. They found fresh footprints in the dirt near where the figure had been, leading away into the trees. The man had been there watching us. He had been so close the whole time. We didn't know it, but he had been sizing us up, probably waiting for the right moment to do something. The search in our area was called off, and they led us out of the woods. They didn't tell us if they ever found him, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there. The fact that he had been so close, standing there in the dark, just watching us, sent chills through me. That night, he could have easily come into our camp, and none of us would have been ready. We would have been sitting ducks. As I packed my stuff and left, I kept glancing back at the trees, half expecting to see him again, standing there, hiding in the shadows. But there was nothing, just the empty forest stretching out for miles. It felt wrong, like the woods were hiding something, like we hadn't escaped at all, just barely delayed whatever was coming. Maybe he was still out there, somewhere watching us leave, waiting for the next person who wouldn't be so lucky. After the divorce, I didn't see my dad much. When he suggested a camping trip, I thought it might be a good way to spend time together again. My mom had moved on quickly, and I didn't see her often either. Dad found a small cabin in the woods for us. It wasn't far from the road, but it felt like it was in the middle of nowhere. All you could see were trees and dirt paths, and all you could hear were birds. It seemed like the perfect place to forget everything that had happened. The first day went smoothly. We built a fire, unpacked our stuff, and just enjoyed the quiet. By the time the sun went down, the fire was burning, and I felt relaxed for the first time in a long while. But the next day felt off. It was little things at first. The air seemed different, heavier somehow, and it got really quiet in the afternoon. Even the birds had stopped making noise. I tried to ignore it, but as the day went on, I started to feel on edge. Dad didn't seem to notice, but I couldn't shake the strange feeling that something was wrong. That evening, I went out to grab some wood for the fire, and that's when I saw it. There were boot prints in the dirt near our camp, but they didn't belong to us. They were fresh, like someone had just walked by. I stared at them, trying to figure out who they could belong to. We hadn't seen a single person since we arrived. I showed them to my dad, but he brushed it off, saying it was probably someone who came through earlier. I wanted to believe him, but something about those prints felt wrong. They were too close to where we were staying, too fresh. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay there in my sleeping bag, listening to every tiny noise outside. The fire popping, the wind moving through the trees, and then footsteps. They were slow, steady, and coming from the woods. My body froze. I could hear them getting closer, crunching through the leaves and twigs. They stopped right outside the cabin. My heart was racing so fast I thought whoever was out there could hear it. I didn't move. I just stared up at the ceiling, waiting. The footsteps didn't move for what felt like hours. I could feel someone was out there, standing right by the door, watching us. But they never came inside. In the morning, I checked around the camp. There were more boot prints, and this time, they circled our whole campsite. Dad told me it was probably just an animal, but I knew better. These weren't animal tracks. Someone had been walking around while we slept. We packed up that day and left early. The entire ride home, I couldn't stop thinking about the prints. I kept looking back at the trees, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching us drive away. But there was no one. When we finally made it home, I thought the feeling of being watched would go away. But it didn't. Even now, sometimes when I'm alone, I swear I hear those same footsteps. Slow, steady, and getting closer. It makes me wonder if we really left them behind, or if they're still following me. My grandmother and I had been talking about going camping in France for months. We wanted to find a quiet place, far from people and towns, where we could relax. We finally found a good spot in the countryside. It was a flat, open area surrounded by trees, with a small river nearby. It looked perfect for a few nights. The first day went smoothly. We set up the tent, gathered some wood for a fire, and enjoyed the quiet. As it got dark, the air cooled down quickly, so we sat closer to the fire to stay warm. The stars were brighter than I had ever seen, and it felt like we were completely alone, miles from anyone. On the second day, I decided to take a walk through the woods nearby. My grandmother stayed at the camp to rest. I didn't wander too far, just far enough to feel surrounded by the trees. The deeper I walked into the woods, the thicker the trees became. It felt peaceful, the kind of stillness that makes you feel calm. At one point, I noticed something strange. The forest had gone completely quiet. No birds, no wind, not even the sound of leaves moving. It was just dead silence. I stopped walking and stood still, looking around. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, so I kept going. I told myself it was probably just the time of day, nothing to worry about. But as I walked further, I started to smell something strange. It was a strong, metallic smell like iron. It grew stronger with each step I took, and it made my stomach twist. I knew I should head back to camp. When I returned, my grandmother was sitting by the fire like nothing was wrong. But I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling I had. We ate a quiet dinner, and I didn't say anything about the strange smell or the silence in the woods. The night was colder than the last, so we went to bed early. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. The fire had burned out, and everything was completely dark. I lay there for a minute trying to figure out what had woken me. That's when I heard it. a faint rustling sound coming from the woods. At first, I thought it might be the wind, but then I realized there was no wind at all. The trees were completely still. The rustling grew louder, like something or someone was moving through the woods, heading toward our campsite. My heart started racing. I lay as still as possible, listening. The sound was slow, like careful steps, moving closer with each second. I strained to see through the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. The sound stopped, right at the edge of our campsite. I could hear breathing slow and steady, just outside the tent. It didn't sound like an animal. It was too controlled. I barely breathed, hoping whoever or whatever it was would just move on. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, but the breathing didn't go away. It lingered, like it was watching us, waiting for something. My mind raced with thoughts of what could be out there. Was it just someone passing by? Or was it something else? I didn't know, and I didn't want to find out. Finally, the breathing stopped. I didn't hear any footsteps or rustling after that, just complete silence. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, listening, but nothing else happened. The next morning, I didn't mention anything to my grandmother. We packed up and left the campsite like we had planned. But as we drove away, I couldn't stop thinking about that night. I kept looking back at the woods, wondering if whatever was out there had watched us leave. Even now, I still think about it, about how it had stood just outside our tent watching, breathing, and I can't help but wonder if it followed us. If it's still waiting, somewhere close, watching again when I least expect it. That silence in the woods wasn't just strange. It felt like a warning. And now, every time I think of those woods, I can't shake the feeling that I left something behind, something that hasn't finished with me yet. I was 8 years old the summer my parents took us camping in the woods. My little sister, Mia, and I were really excited. We set up our tent by the river, with the sun shining bright. I could hear the water rushing and the birds singing. At night, our parents made a campfire, and we roasted marshmallows while laughing and sharing stories. After a few days of hiking and exploring, everything changed. One evening, as the sun began to set, I saw a man standing far down the riverbank. He wore old, dirty clothes. He just stood there, staring at our campsite. A chill ran down my back. I tried to tell myself I was just imagining things. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in the tent, listening to the sounds outside. The leaves rustled, and the hooting of owls sounded different. I couldn't stop thinking about the man. Mia was fast asleep next to me, but I couldn't close my eyes. The moonlight came through the thin fabric of the tent, and I kept looking at the entrance, half expecting to see him standing there. Suddenly, I heard a noise, a low rustling near the tent. My heart raced. I was too scared to move or make a sound. The noise got louder and closer. I held my breath and listened hard. Then I heard it, footsteps crunching on the twigs outside. My stomach dropped. I wanted to wake my parents, but I didn't want to scare Mia. So I slowly unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The moonlight lit up the campsite. I looked around, but I didn't see anyone. The fire was now just glowing embers, casting flickering shadows on the ground. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him again, the man. He was standing at the edge of the woods, just watching us. I could barely breathe. Panic shot through me, and I quickly zipped the tent shut and shook Mia awake. She blinked at me, still half asleep. "Stay quiet," I whispered, pointing at the entrance. We huddled together, hearts pounding like drums. The footsteps grew closer again, and I felt frozen with fear. I could hear my own breathing, fast and shallow. Suddenly, the rustling stopped, and everything went silent. We waited in silence for what felt like forever. I thought my heart might burst from the tension. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, I heard the footsteps retreating back into the woods. I waited a few more moments, then quietly unzipped the tent again. The man was gone. The next morning, I told my parents what happened. They were worried but thought I was just imagining things. We packed up our gear and headed home, but I kept glancing back at the woods, half expecting to see the man again. The trees felt darker, more menacing, as if they were hiding something. Years later, I still remember that night. I learned that not everything is as it seems. Sometimes the scariest things are the ones we can't see. Camping became a mix of fun and fear for me. I loved being outdoors, but that experience taught me to always be aware and to trust my instincts. Every time I go camping now, I remember that man watching from the shadows. There's a voice in my head that whispers to be careful, to never let my guard down. You never know what might be lurking just beyond the trees, waiting for the perfect moment to step out of the darkness. That fear sticks with you, like a cold wind that never quite goes away. It's a reminder that sometimes the woods hold secrets better left untouched, and that some eyes might still be watching, even when you think you're alone. I had gone camping in the woods plenty of times, but this trip felt different. The trail I followed went deep into the forest, far from the usual campsites. It was a place where no one seemed to go. I had planned to stay a couple of nights, just me, my tent, and the quiet of the trees. The first night was calm. The air was cool, the sky clear, and the only sound was the distant rustling of the leaves. I set up my camp in a small clearing, far off from any paths. It was isolated, which was what I wanted. I made a small fire, ate my dinner, and spent some time staring at the stars before crawling into my tent to sleep. I woke up early the next morning, everything still quiet. After breakfast, I decided to explore a bit. The deeper I went into the woods, the more strange it felt. The trees here were much bigger and older, and the air seemed heavier, almost thick. There were no birds or bugs making noise, which struck me as odd, but I shrugged it off. After walking for a few hours, I got this weird feeling, like I was being watched. Every step I took, the feeling got worse. I didn't see anyone or anything, but it was like the air was heavy around me. You can't describe it, but you know it's there. By the time I made it back to my camp, it was late afternoon. The sky had started to cloud up, and the air felt cooler. I felt uneasy, like maybe I shouldn't have gone so far out, but I pushed the thought aside. I got ready for another quiet night, but as I walked around my camp, something felt off. My tent was still zipped shut like I had left it, but the fire pit looked messed up. There were small branches broken around the camp, ones I didn't remember seeing before. As the sun began to set, that creepy feeling of being watched came back, stronger this time. The air felt colder, more than it should have been. I built up the fire, trying to shake off the unease, but I kept looking into the trees. Everything seemed still, too still. No movement, no sound. Just the fire crackling as the darkness closed in. Around midnight, I heard something. A faint snap, like a branch breaking. My heart started racing. I listened, but nothing followed. I told myself it was probably just an animal, but a few minutes later, I heard it again. This time it was closer. It wasn't random noise. It was slow and careful. It didn't sound like an animal at all. It sounded like footsteps, steady and trying not to be noticed. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it into the trees. The beam cut through the dark, but I couldn't see anything. Just shadows, branches swaying a little in the wind. I tried to calm down, telling myself I was imagining things. Maybe I was letting my nerves get the best of me. But then the footsteps came again, this time circling my camp. They moved slowly, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. My stomach tightened, and my hands started to shake. I was out here alone, far from anyone, and something or someone was out there with me. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the fire, gripping the flashlight in my hand, listening to those footsteps. They never came closer, just circled over and over again all night long. It wasn't until the first light of dawn began to show through the trees that the footsteps stopped. The woods went silent again, but that didn't make me feel any better. I packed up my stuff as fast as I could. I didn't even bother making breakfast or cleaning up. I just wanted to get out of there. The whole time I packed, that feeling stayed with me, like something was still watching from the trees. I kept glancing around, but I didn't see anything. I started hiking back to my car, not stopping once. The entire way, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. I never saw anything, and I never heard those footsteps again. But I could feel it just outside of view, sticking to the shadows. When I finally reached my car, I felt a strange mix of relief and fear. Relief that I was leaving, but fear that whatever had followed me wasn't done yet. I haven't been back to those woods since, and I don't plan on ever going back. Some places aren't meant for people to visit. There are parts of the woods where the quiet isn't peaceful. It's something else. I don't know what was out there with me, and honestly, I don't want to know. All I know is that it let me leave. But every now and then, when I'm alone at night, I still hear those footsteps, slow and steady, somewhere just out of sight. I can't help but wonder if it's waiting for me to come back. I had been excited about this camping trip for weeks. My boss, a tough guy named Mark, invited me to join him and a couple of his friends for the weekend in the woods. I thought it would be a good chance to connect outside the office. We got to the campsite late in the afternoon. The trees stood tall around us, their branches heavy with leaves that rustled in the wind. We set up our tents, the noise of our gear echoing in the quiet. Mark took charge, organizing everything with a strict attitude. He was always the boss, but here in the woods, his control felt different, almost too much. As night came, we gathered around the fire. The flickering flames cast long shadows on the ground. Mark told stories about the outdoors, his hunting trips, and the risks of the wild. He talked about bears, snakes, and even a time he got lost for hours. I felt a shiver go through me. The stories were meant to be fun, but the way he shared them made it seem like something bad could happen at any moment. Eventually, we settled down for the night. I crawled into my tent, tired from the day. But sleep didn't come easily. I heard the crackling of leaves outside and the distant hoot of an owl. Just as I started to drift off, I heard something else. A soft rustling, closer this time. My heart raced. I held my breath, straining to listen. The noise grew louder, almost like something was circling our campsite. I unzipped the tent just a bit, peeking outside. The fire had burned down, leaving only glowing coals. The dark shapes of trees surrounded us, and I could see a shadow moving just beyond the light. I felt cold sweat form on my forehead. I crawled back into my sleeping bag, trying to tell myself it was nothing. But the rustling continued. It felt intentional, as if whatever it was trying to find us. Then I heard a heavy thump, a footstep. Panic gripped me. I couldn't take it anymore. I reached for my phone but remembered there was no signal out here. I decided to wake Mark, thinking he would know what to do. I unzipped my tent quietly and crawled out, the cool night air hitting my skin. As I made my way to Mark's tent, the rustling grew louder. My gut twisted with fear. I hesitated but pressed on, hoping he would ease my worries. I reached his tent and tapped gently, then harder, hoping he'd hear me over the sounds of the night. After what felt like forever, Mark emerged, his face lit by the moonlight. Just as I opened my mouth to tell him what I had heard, a loud crash echoed from the woods behind us. It sounded like a tree falling, but it was too close for comfort. Mark's eyes widened, and he immediately grew serious. "Get back in your tent," he said sharply. His tone sent chills through me, but I couldn't just obey. Something was out there, and it felt wrong. The crash had startled something, and I could hear heavy footsteps moving through the underbrush now. The noise was unmistakably close. I felt frozen with fear. Mark grabbed a flashlight and shined it toward the sound. Suddenly, we saw it, a huge shape moving away from the campsite. It was far too big to be a bear, its outline massive against the night sky. We stood still, the air thick with dread, unable to move or speak. Mark didn't waste time. He told us to pack up quickly. I acted on instinct, throwing my stuff into my bag. The rustling was growing louder, almost closing in on us. It felt as if the forest was alive and aware, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. With everything packed, we hurried to the car. Mark's earlier confidence had vanished, replaced by a fear I had never seen in him before. As we drove away, I glanced back at the campsite. The trees stood silent, but I felt deep in my bones that something had been watching us from the shadows. We drove for miles, the road winding away from that dark place. The night felt heavy behind us, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was out there was still lurking in the woods, ready for the next unsuspecting camper. As I stared out the window, I realized I wouldn't forget that night anytime soon. It hit me then. The forest holds secrets, and sometimes those secrets are better left undisturbed. There's a darkness out there that knows no boundaries, a lurking presence that waits for the careless and the naive. We had escaped this time, but the fear lingered, a chilling reminder that danger can hide just beyond the trees, watching and waiting, ready to pounce when you least expect it. I've always been into camping in odd places, so when my buddy suggested we camp in an old graveyard, I thought, why not? It seemed like it'd be just another night out, a spot we could cross off the list and tell people about later. At first, it didn't seem too strange. The graves were really old, the names on the headstones barely readable, and no one had been buried there in a long time. The trees around the place were thick, making the whole area darker since most of the moonlight couldn't get through. We set up our tents on the edge of the graveyard, making sure not to mess with anything. The first few hours were pretty normal. We sat around a small fire, looking out into the dark while listening to crickets and the occasional sound of something moving in the bushes. After a while, we both got tired and crawled into our tents, ready to sleep. To me, it felt like any other night camping in the woods. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. The air felt colder than it should have been, and I could see my breath fogging up inside the tent. I tried to just turn over and go back to sleep, but something felt off. It was too quiet. The usual sounds of the night were gone. No crickets, no wind in the trees, nothing. It was like everything had just stopped. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was just overthinking things. But then I heard a sound. It was soft, like a quiet shuffle, something dragging itself across the ground. It wasn't an animal. The sound was too slow, too steady. I lay there, holding my breath, listening. The noise was getting closer, coming from where the graves were. I didn't move. I just stayed still, trying to figure out what could be making that noise. It didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard. After what felt like forever, I heard it again, this time almost right outside my tent. My heart was racing. I couldn't just ignore it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped the tent as quietly as I could, and shone the light outside. Nothing. I moved the beam of light around, scanning the area. The graves were still. The fire was nearly out, just glowing embers left. There was no sign of anything out of place. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself I must have imagined it. Maybe it was just the wind or the fire settling. But then I saw it. One of the graves, it looked different. The dirt around it was fresh, like it had been dug up. It wasn't like that earlier. I walked over, shining the light on it. The ground was loose, like someone had been digging, but there weren't any tools around to explain it. My heart pounded harder, and I felt a cold sweat on my skin. Then I heard it again, that same shuffling sound, but this time it was right behind me. I froze. Slowly, I turned around, aiming my flashlight at the ground. There was something moving, crawling. It wasn't an animal. It was a person hunched over, dragging themselves through the dirt. Their clothes were torn, covered in dust, and their face was pale, eyes wide and staring straight ahead but not at me. They were pulling themselves toward the disturbed grave, like they were trying to get back to it. Couldn't breathe. I stood there, watching them crawl closer and closer to the grave, their fingers digging into the dirt like they were trying to bury themselves. I started backing away, trying not to make a sound. They reached the edge of the grave and paused, half inside, their hands trembling as they grabbed the loose dirt. Then, without warning, they collapsed into the hole. 1 second they were there, and the next they were gone, swallowed up by the earth as if they'd never been there at all. I didn't think. I just ran. I didn't grab my stuff, didn't check on my friend. I just bolted through the trees, not stopping until I was far from that place, my heart hammering in my chest. I don't know what I saw that night, and I don't care. I never went back to get my gear. I didn't tell anyone what happened, because what could I even say? Sometimes, though, when everything's quiet and I'm alone, I think about it. I hear that faint shuffling sound in my head, that slow dragging across the ground. And I wonder, if I'd stayed a little longer, if I'd looked closer at that grave, would I have seen more? Would I have seen what was really in that ground? Or worse, would it have seen me? Because now, whenever I'm alone at night, I can't shake the feeling that something's still crawling. Something's still trying to get back to where it belongs, and I'm afraid one day it might come looking for me. We were deep in the woods, camping for the weekend. It was me and 3 college friends. We thought it'd be nice to leave campus and spend time in nature. The forest seemed like the best spot. Far from people, nothing to worry about, just us and the trees. The first day went well. We put up our tents, made food over the fire, and talked about whatever crossed our minds. The forest felt calm, almost too calm. By the time the sun went down, we were all tired from hiking and decided to sleep. The sky was clear. No wind, no animal sounds, just the soft popping of the fire as it burned out. I remember lying in my sleeping bag, staring up at the stars through the little holes in my tent. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At first, I didn't know why, but then I realized the woods were way too quiet. No bugs, no leaves moving, nothing. I felt nervous, but I tried to forget about it. Then, I heard something far off in the distance. It was soft, and it kept happening over and over. It almost sounded like footsteps, but it wasn't exactly that. It was slow, like someone walking carefully. I lay there listening, feeling my heart beat faster. The sound was getting closer. I tried to tell myself it was just a deer or maybe some other animal wandering around. But as it got nearer, I knew something was wrong. It wasn't random like how animals move, and it didn't sound like any of my friends. I heard it move past my tent. Whatever it was big. My heart raced, but I stayed still, barely breathing. My mind went wild trying to figure out what it could be. I thought about unzipping the tent to take a look, but something told me not to. The noise kept moving around our camp, going from one tent to another, taking its time. Felt like it lasted forever. Then, just like it had come, the sound faded away into the trees. The forest stayed completely silent. I didn't go back to sleep. I just lay there waiting for the sun to come up. When morning finally came, I crawled out of my tent, stiff from staying so still. I glanced at my friends. They looked tired but acted normal. Nobody brought up hearing anything weird during the night. Later that morning, we packed up our camp. As we were getting ready to leave, I noticed something in the dirt, right on the edge of where we had camped. There were deep, wide tracks in the ground, too big for any of us to have made, and spaced too far apart to be from any animal I knew. The tracks led off into the woods, in the direction that strange sound had gone. None of us said a word about it as we hiked back to the car. I didn't have to. Whatever had been out there, creeping around us in the middle of the night, was something we couldn't explain. As we drove away from the forest, I kept looking back, feeling like something was watching us. The whole ride home, I couldn't stop thinking about those tracks. Whatever it was, it had been close, too close. And the worst part, it didn't leave because we scared it off. It left because it wanted to, could have come into our tents, could have done anything, but it didn't. And somehow that was even more terrifying. It knew we were there, and it chose to let us go. I had been thinking about taking my son camping for a long time. When my gym buddy Matt found out, he wanted to come along since he was really into the outdoors. We packed the truck with everything we needed and headed out to a quiet spot deep in the woods. It was perfect, far away from the crowded campgrounds, so it felt like we were really out in the wild. The trees were tall, and the sound of birds and leaves moving in the breeze surrounded us. We set up the tent, started a fire, and spent the day walking around, fishing, and just relaxing. By the time the sun started to go down, we were all feeling tired. My son was the first to crawl into the tent to sleep, while Matt and I sat by the fire for a little longer. The sky got dark fast, and the only light was from the flames in front of us. After some time, Matt said he was heading to bed too. I stayed by the fire for a few more minutes, just listening to how quiet everything was. It felt too quiet, like the woods were holding their breath, waiting. I finally decided to head to bed too. I got into the tent, zipped it up, and lay down next to my son. He was already fast asleep. The forest around us was dead still, but I felt uneasy. Something didn't feel right, like a knot in my stomach. It wasn't because of any sound or something I could point to, just this heavy feeling, like we weren't really alone, even though there wasn't a noise. After some time passed, I started to hear footsteps outside the tent. They were faint, but clear enough to know it wasn't an animal. The steps were slow, like whoever or whatever was out there didn't want to be heard. I froze, not daring to move, not wanting to wake my son. My heart was racing, and I strained to listen. The footsteps stopped right next to the tent. My skin crawled, and I waited, feeling every second drag by. I didn't hear the steps anymore, but then there was this soft brushing sound on the side of the tent. It was light at first, like fingers running along the fabric. Then, all of a sudden, the tent moved, like something was pushing against it. I stayed as still as I could, clutching the edge of my sleeping bag, hoping it would stop. What felt like hours passed, but the pressure on the tent finally let up. The footsteps started again, this time moving away, fading into the distance. I didn't move for a long time, just listening to the night. When I finally gathered enough courage, I slowly unzipped the tent and looked outside. The fire was almost out, just glowing embers left, and the shadows seemed longer, stretching into the trees. Nothing looked out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Every noise, every rustle of leaves made my heart race. The next morning, everything seemed normal again. My son didn't notice anything, and Matt didn't seem worried. He said he felt a bit uneasy, but he shrugged it off. But I knew something had been out there. It had been watching us, waiting. As we packed up to leave, I looked back at the spot where the tent had been, and I felt this cold weight in my chest. I don't know what was out there that night, but it wasn't just an animal passing by. It had come close, too close, like it was searching for something. Maybe us. I haven't gone back to that spot since. I don't think I ever will. The thought that still haunts me is this: whatever was out there wasn't finished. And I don't know what it wanted, but it knows where to find me. I had worked as a woodcutter for many years, spending my weekends camping in the quiet forests of the Pacific Northwest. I loved how peaceful the woods were, the fresh smell of pine, and the soft sound of leaves rustling in the wind. One weekend, I chose to camp in a new place, a hidden spot deep in the forest that I had never been to before. The sun was setting as I set up my tent, casting long shadows between the trees. As night fell, I lit a small fire to stay warm and made a simple meal. The crackling flames made me feel cozy, but the quiet around me felt heavy and strange. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I tried to push it away, telling myself it was just the forest settling down for the night. After I finished eating, I decided to take a walk along a narrow path that led deeper into the woods. I felt a mix of excitement and fear. The moonlight barely shone through the thick leaves above, and the air was eerily still, except for the soft crunch of leaves under my boots. I walked carefully, looking around the dark trees for any signs of life, but the forest felt empty. Suddenly, I heard a rustling noise to my right. My heart raced as I turned to see what it was. I couldn't see anything, but the feeling of being watched got stronger. I started walking back toward the camp, moving faster. Just then, a loud snap echoed behind me, like a branch breaking. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there. Panic hit me hard. I stumbled back toward my tent, thoughts racing in my head about bears or other animals. When I got back to my campsite, I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and pointed it around. The beam cut through the dark, but all I saw was my flickering fire and my tent, standing alone and vulnerable. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move again. I swung the flashlight toward it, but it was just a shadow. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I was being silly. It was probably just my imagination, I told myself, and I settled down in my tent, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling creeping in. As I lay in my sleeping bag, sleep didn't come easily. I kept hearing faint noises outside, rustling, crunching, and sometimes what sounded like soft footsteps. Each sound pulled me back to full alertness, heart racing as I listened closely. Eventually, I drifted into a restless sleep, filled with dreams of eyes watching me from the dark. I woke up suddenly to a loud bang. My heart raced as I fumbled for the flashlight and shone it around my tent. Everything seemed still, but the air felt charged with tension. The usual sounds of the forest had faded, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed against me. Gathering my courage, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The fire had turned to embers, casting eerie shadows around me. I scanned the trees but saw nothing. The forest was wrapped in darkness. I decided to gather some firewood to relight the flames. As I moved through the trees, the shadows felt alive, wrapping around me like a cloak. Then, I spotted something. A pile of branches and leaves disturbed near the edge of my campsite. My stomach twisted. Someone or something had been there. I moved closer to check it out, and that's when I saw it. A strange pattern in the dirt, a series of deep scratches that looked like claw marks, not far from where I had left my gear. Fear flooded my body. I had to leave. I hurried back to my tent, quickly packed my stuff, and put out the fire. The woods felt too quiet now, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for me to slip up. As I began my hike back to my truck, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. The path seemed longer than before, and I moved quickly, adrenaline rushing through me. Finally, after what felt like forever, I reached my truck. I tossed my gear in the back, heart still racing. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever had been watching me. But the road behind me was empty, swallowed by the trees. I promised myself never to camp alone in that part of the woods again. Some places hold secrets that should remain hidden. As I drove away, I felt a chill run down my spine. I had the sense that I wasn't alone in those woods, that something had been waiting, watching. It was a feeling I couldn't shake, and I knew deep down that the forest wouldn't forget me. It was just biding its time, waiting for the next curious soul to wander too close to its hidden darkness. The sun sank behind the trees, leaving a cool darkness that settled around our campsite. My mom, Dad, and Aunt Lisa were busy setting up the tent while I looked for firewood. The smell of pine filled the air, mixing with the fresh scent of the evening. I loved camping, but tonight felt different. The woods seemed to hold secrets, and a chill ran down my back as I thought about the stories I'd heard about things hiding in the dark. Once the tent was up, we gathered around the fire, watching the flames crackle and dance as shadows flickered on the trees. My dad shared some stories about his childhood camping trips, but as the night went on, everything got quieter. My mom and Aunt Lisa exchanged glances, and I could feel something unspoken hanging in the air. The night was thick with tension, and I could feel my heart racing, as if something wasn't right. After a while, I told them I needed to go to the bathroom, which meant a short walk into the woods behind our campsite. I grabbed my flashlight and walked down the narrow path. The beam of light cut through the dark, showing the trees that towered over me. I heard the crunch of leaves under my feet, and for a moment, I felt an odd urge to look back, as if something was watching me. I shook off the feeling, telling myself it was just my imagination. When I got back to the campsite, the fire was dimmer, and the air felt colder. My mom and dad were sitting quietly, and Aunt Lisa was staring into the woods, her face tense. I felt uneasy, but I didn't know why. My dad tried to get the fire going again, but the flames only flickered and died. It felt like the woods were closing in on us. I decided it was time to go to bed. I crawled into the tent, and as I lay there, I could hear the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of owls. My mind raced with worries. I didn't like the silence that had taken over. Then I heard it, a sound, like something heavy moving through the bushes just outside our campsite. It was low and deliberate, like it was stalking us. I peeked out through the tent flap. My parents were still by the fire, but something felt off. They weren't just sitting there. They looked tense, as if they were listening for something. I wanted to call out to them, but no words came. Instead, I slipped out of the tent and walked over to them. I could see their faces illuminated by the dying fire. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, but they didn't respond. They just kept staring into the dark, their expressions grave. A wave of dread washed over me as I felt something lurking just out of sight. Suddenly, my dad stood up and shined the flashlight into the trees. The beam caught something moving, a shape, tall and dark, blending into the shadows. My heart raced, pounding in my chest. We all stood frozen, unable to comprehend what we were seeing. Then, just like that, it was gone, slipping back into the woods. Panic surged through me. What was that? I barely managed to whisper, but my dad shook his head, his face pale. He suggested we head to the car for safety. We hurried to gather our things, my heart racing faster as I felt the weight of something unseen pressing in around us. As we rushed to the car, every rustle in the bushes made me jump. We reached the vehicle and piled inside, locking the doors behind us. My mom's hands were trembling as she held onto my dad's arm, and Aunt Lisa's eyes darted around, scanning the dark forest outside. Sitting in the car, I felt both terrified and relieved. We were safe for now, but the woods outside were still quiet, a silence that felt heavy with the unknown. Felt like the darkness was watching us, waiting for something. We made the decision to drive home that night. As we pulled away from the campsite, I looked back at the darkness swallowing the tents and the fire pit. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had escaped something. But whatever it was still out there, lurking just beyond the light, waiting for us to let our guard down. As we drove further from the campsite, I couldn't help but feel that this was just the beginning. What had we disturbed in the woods? I glanced at my parents, their faces still tight with fear. My mom stared out the window, her breath quickening. I felt a shiver run down my spine, not from the cold, but from the chilling realization that some things in the dark are best left undisturbed. And as we left the forest behind, I realized with a sinking dread that the woods might not be done with us yet. Whatever had been watching us, it now knew who we were and where we were headed. In the depths of that dark forest, it could be waiting for the next chance to strike. I had been excited for this camping trip for weeks. The plan was simple: spend a couple of nights in the old woods, far away from the noise of everyday life. My friends had told me how beautiful the forest was. The tall trees, the quiet streams, and the sounds of animals. But they also mentioned some creepy stories about people getting lost and never coming back. I brushed it off, thinking those stories were just made to scare city people like me. As I drove deeper into the woods, I felt a weird mix of excitement and nervousness. The trees were thicker here, their branches twisting like fingers reaching up to the sky. I found a clearing and parked my car, surrounded by those ancient trees. The air was still and heavy, almost like it was waiting for something. I set up my tent, lit a small campfire, and cooked a simple dinner. As night fell, the forest changed. The shadows grew longer and danced around me, and I could hear the rustling of leaves and distant sounds of animals. After a while, I crawled into my tent, listening to the sounds of the forest lulling me to sleep. But that peace didn't last long. In the middle of the night, I woke up to a strange noise outside. A low, repetitive thumping, like something heavy was hitting the ground. My heart raced as I unzipped the tent and peeked outside, hoping to see a harmless animal. But the darkness swallowed everything, and the thumping continued, steady and unnerving. I decided to grab my flashlight and step outside, thinking I needed to check it out. As I stepped into the cool night air, the thumping stopped. I shone my light around, lighting up the trees, but there was nothing there. The forest was silent again, almost too quiet. A chill ran down my spine, but I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was just my imagination. Just as I turned to head back to my tent, I heard it again, a soft crunching sound, like something moving through the leaves. I froze, scanning the darkness. Then I saw it, a figure in the distance, partly hidden by the trees. It was tall and thin, almost too thin to be human. My heart dropped. Instinct kicked in, and I rushed back to my tent, zipping it up tightly. Inside, I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I felt like a child hiding from the dark, but I forced myself to stay quiet. Hours passed, and I tried to convince myself that I was just being paranoid. But the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I could hear the distant crunch of leaves again, circling my tent, and my imagination filled in the blanks. What if it wasn't just a person? Then silence. It was as if the forest had stopped breathing. I lay there, terrified, listening for any sign that I was safe. Just when I thought I might be able to drift off, I heard a sharp noise, a scraping sound against the tent. My breath caught in my throat as I realized whatever was out there had come closer. With a sudden rush of adrenaline, I grabbed my flashlight and shined it toward the noise. My heart sank when I saw a pair of eyes reflecting back at me. Large, dark, and unblinking. Panic set in as I scrambled for my phone, but there was no signal. I was completely alone in the woods, trapped with whatever was out there. In a split second, I made a decision. I had to get out. I unzipped my tent and bolted into the woods, adrenaline pumping through me. Branches scratched at my arms, and the forest seemed to close in around me. I ran blindly, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. As I stumbled over roots and fallen logs, I could hear it behind me, moving quickly through the underbrush. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, until I finally broke free into a small clearing where the moonlight poured down like silver. I looked around, breathless and desperate. In the clearing, I saw my car parked in the distance, like a shining beacon of hope. Without thinking, I sprinted toward it, fumbling with my keys. I could hear the sounds of the forest returning, but the thumping was gone, replaced by the rush of my heartbeat and the rustle of the leaves. Finally, I jumped into the car, locking the doors and starting the engine. As I sped out of the clearing, I glanced back at the dark woods, my heart racing. The trees stood like silent watchers, and for a moment, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. But then, in my rearview mirror, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Standing at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the trees, was that figure again, watching me leave. Its eyes glinted in the darkness, and I could feel its gaze piercing through the night. I drove faster, never looking back, but the realization hit me hard. I had escaped, but I was not truly safe. I was being followed. The weight of its presence pressed down on me, even as the road stretched out ahead. That figure was still in those woods, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next chance. I couldn't shake the feeling that I would never really leave those woods behind, that something would always be watching, always waiting. And no matter how fast I drove, it would always be a part of me, a dark secret from a night I would never forget. The night air was cold as I set up my tent at the edge of a quiet forest. I had planned this camping trip to escape the noise of the city, but now it felt more like a crime scene. I was a volunteer for the local search and rescue team, called in to help look for a missing hiker. News had just come in that a body had been found nearby, and we were told to search the area around it. As I walked through the thick trees, the moonlight barely lit the ground. The forest was strangely quiet, except for the crunch of leaves under my feet. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. My heart raced with every rustle of branches or distant animal sound. This place, once peaceful, now felt frightening. After a couple of hours of searching, we reached a clearing. There were a few police cars parked on the side of the dirt road, their flashing lights making the trees look red and blue. I could see other volunteers gathering with flashlights, their faces looking pale in the bright light. I joined them, our breath visible in the cold night air. One of the officers said that the body was found deeper in the woods, near a small stream. They wanted us to spread out in a line and look for any clues. As we walked, the light from our flashlights moved across the ground, lighting up rocks, roots, and the occasional pile of leaves. Suddenly, I noticed something strange in the dirt. A trail of disturbed earth led away from the path. My instincts kicked in, and I followed it, my heart pounding. The dirt felt fresh, and something seemed off about it. I knelt down to take a closer look. Just beneath the surface, I found a piece of fabric, torn and stained. I signaled to the others, and we began digging carefully. The dirt was soft, making it easy to move. My hands shook as I uncovered more pieces of fabric, along with a few personal items, a broken watch and a small backpack. My stomach twisted with fear as I continued to dig, hoping we wouldn't find what I feared was buried beneath. Finally, as we dug deeper, the light from my flashlight revealed a pale hand sticking out of the ground. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. We had found the body. The police quickly cordoned off the area, and I stepped back, overwhelmed. As they carefully pulled the body from the earth, I felt a mix of emotions: sadness, fear, and an awful sense of finality. I thought about the person who had once worn that watch and carried that backpack. They had come here for an adventure, just like I had, but their life had ended in this quiet, beautiful forest. As the night wore on, I could hear the sound of the coroner's van approaching in the distance. The air felt heavy with loss, and I walked back to my tent feeling hollow inside. This camping trip had turned into something dark and heavy, far from the escape I had hoped for. As I lay in my sleeping bag, staring at the dark ceiling of my tent, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The woods felt alive, and I knew that I was not alone. The sound of a twig snapping outside sent chills down my spine. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, but I couldn't stop picturing what I had seen. The woods held secrets now, secrets that I had stumbled upon and could not comprehend. Suddenly, I heard a rustling outside my tent. My heart raced as I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound came closer, slow and deliberate. Panic gripped me as I remembered the body we had found, the fear of whatever had taken that life creeping into my mind. I had come here looking for peace, but instead, I felt like prey. The quiet night was shattered by the reality of what I had witnessed, and I knew that this place, once a refuge, would forever be a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface. As I lay there, the rustling stopped, and I could almost hear my heartbeat in the silence. I wanted to believe it was just my imagination, but deep down, I felt that something was out there, waiting, watching. The woods whispered secrets, and I feared they were secrets meant for me. I closed my eyes tightly, wishing the night away, but knowing that when the sun rose, I would have to face what I had unearthed, and the chilling thought that I might not be the only one awake in this forest.